Let's settle in. We are just about to start today's function. A few housekeeping rules. The restrooms are at the rear end of this room. They're on my right, rear end on my right. As you go on, as you're facing me, they're on your left. We are streaming live on Facebook and YouTube channels, NCA account. And as you've seen, the room has been arranged in conformity with COVID-19 protocols. So please don't move around the seats and just maintain them as they are. Okay, I think we have settled in. As is customary, being a God-fearing nation, we will start today's function with a word of prayer. And I'll ask my colleague, Architect Rose Kagechi, to kindly lead us in a word of prayer as we settle.
Good morning, everyone. Can we all be upstanding as we say a word of prayer this morning? Let us pray. Father, in the name of Jesus, we thank you for this day. We thank you for the good health that you have given us today to be able to gather here and hold important discussions on the draft building code. Father, we pray that we'll be able to all participate and give our feedback so that we can have a document that will last for posterity. We ask all this, praying and trusting in Jesus' name. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you, Rose, for that. We'll go straight to our programs. I believe you have all been served with a copy of the program of the day. It's quite a short program, but quite intense one, and we believe we'll have a very interactive sessions with all of us. Now, as I've mentioned, we're streaming live on Facebook and YouTube channels, so kindly tell a friend to tell a friend. For those who will not be able to join us physically here, they can follow us through those channels and post their comments online to be incorporated in this very great document. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in the 7th of a series of 8 stakeholder forums on the draft National Building Code 2020. We've gone around the country. This is the second but last. We'll have the last function in Nairobi next week on 2nd. So we will, going straight to the program, we were to start at around 9, but I believe we'll catch up with time as we go along. We'll start with a round of introductions, and it will be self-introductions so that we can know who is sitting next to each other. Tell us your name and the institution you're representing. And we will start with our hosts. As you're aware, we're in Rift Valley. Rift Valley, we have two regions, the Central Rift and North Rift. We are privileged to have one of the regional coordinators with us here, the one who led us in an word of prayer. And maybe she'll start by introducing herself. And then with the team of the other NCA officers here, maybe they'll just stand up. And then now we'll go to our stakeholders who will introduce themselves. So Architect Rose, again, you will just introduce yourself. And then maybe the other NCA officers who are around will also stand up, maybe not say their names, and then I will go to our valued stakeholders in that order. The roving mic, please, kindly.
Good morning again. I'm Architect Rose Kageshi, Regional Coordinator for the North Rift region at the National Construction Authority. Karibuni.
Asante. The Regional Coordinator for the Central Rift, our host region, is joining us in a short while. But I believe the NCA officers around, maybe they could just stand and wave. NCA officers, yes, you can see them behind there. Thank you for coming. Now, straight to the individual introductions. We'll start at, let's start at the rear end. My rear right extreme end, say your name, the institution you're representing.
Good morning, all. Good morning, all. I'm Robert Sigu, representing Doro Plan Limited.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
I'm Architect Lawrence Ndiacha from Nanyuki.
Karibu.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Orang Josephat, representing Coastlink Ventures Limited.
Good morning, all.
Good morning.
I'm David Kerembu, Kera, Narok region.
My name is Joseph Njoroge. My company is Deseret Enterprises Limited.
Morning.
Morning.
I'm Kiprona Ruta, representing the manager, Nakuru Municipal Board.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Edwin Kememia, representing the Reliable Concrete Works.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Moses, representing Finaco Building Contractor.
Morning. I'm Joseph Dongo from Narok, representing Sanova Construction.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Simon Mushai, representing Jajese Building Contractors.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Bulimo Robisha, representing Elgeyo Marakwet County.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Peter Kamau, representing Kenya National Bureau of Statistics.
Good morning. I'm Sheldon Begison from the Attorney General's office.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Engineer Paul Washele, representing Kenya National Highways Authority.
Morning, I'm Bismarck Krama, representing Bisokema Company Limited.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Ivy Wire with the Nakuru Municipal Board.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Margaret Thiru, representing the Nakuru Municipal Board.
Morning.
Morning.
Name is Kagai Diongo, architect practicing with Spatial Modular Consult.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is John Dumas Gachara. I'm an architect with New Bureau Limited here in Nakuru.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Festus Mukunda Litiku, a quantity surveyor by profession. I'm here representing the National Construction Appeals Board.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Architect Florence Nyole. I'm representing the Architectural Association of Kenya and part of the committee for the Stakeholders Workshop.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Carol Korir, legal officer at the National Construction Authority, and I'm also part of the Secretariat for the stakeholder engagement of the draft regulations. Thank you.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Robert Rukwaro. I'm part of the committee that is working on this document, the building code, and I'm happy to be with you here today.
I think we'll end there. Professor Rukwaro was the chair, or is the chair of the committee that came up with this draft document and is a member of the committee of the stakeholder engagements. Karibu sana, Prof, and thank you for being with us in this journey. I should have started with introducing myself. My name is Engineer Raymond Karani. I work at NCA in the registration department as the manager of that department. So after that round of introductions, and as I mentioned earlier, there are other officials who will be introduced. But just to inform you that the draft building code is on the NCA website. NCA website is www.nca.go.ke, and you can download that. Excuse me. Download it, and for those who have not looked at it, download, make your comments, and share them with them online, or write to us through our email addresses, info@nca.go.ke or buildingcode@nca.go.ke. We will be projecting those addresses sometime during the presentation so that you can be able to follow us, whether you're here or online. Now, it is my privilege to introduce our team leader for this function here today, the General Manager, Registration and Compliance at National Construction Authority, QS Susan Ruto, to take us forward with the program. Karibu QS. Thank you.
NCA board members, led by Vice Chair of the board, Engineer Sipora Rotich, and the other board members, our Building Code Committee, a stakeholder consultation forum for the Draft National Building Code 2010. This exercise we started last week, that was on 16th of February, whereby we held two forums, one in the Coast region, which was held in Mombasa County, and the second one was held in Nyanza region, which was at Kisumu. So far, we've had the 6 forums like this. This is going to be our 7th, and it is second last. The last one will be in Nairobi region, which will cover the Nairobi region as it were. So far, we've had so many engagement. We've received feedback from the stakeholders. And this is an important exercise because it is a requirement as by our Constitution, Kenyan Constitution 2010. And that is why for us it is important for us, because it is going to have a great impact in the construction industry and more so in the built environment. So I want to welcome all of you, our invited guests, to be part of us, so that we give our views, so that it is going to go a long way in improving this draft building code, which will ultimately become our building code, which will be used for the construction industry, which will enable us to build capacity and also to ensure quality assurance in the construction industry. So I just want to welcome all of you. And at this point, I want to welcome our Vice Chair of the board, Engineer Sipora Rotich, to introduce the other members of the board and also to give us the opening remarks. Engineer, karibu.
Thank you, Madam Susan Ruto. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocols duly observed. Good morning. Let me take this opportunity on behalf of the Board of Directors of the National Construction Authority, that is NCA, the NCA Fraternity, the Building Code Committee, to again welcome you to this workshop and to thank you all really for responding to the invitation that was extended to yourselves to attend this stakeholder engagement and public participation on the Building Code 2020. I know we are all aware, most of us are aware, that public participation is very well prescribed in the Constitution of Kenya because it provides an opportunity for the public really to participate and be part of the decision-making processes in the government. And so when we see you make this attendance, as you have this morning, we're very encouraged. And as our QS, our General Manager, Susan Ruto has already said, please present your views, present your feedbacks, your ideas, and let us together add value to this document. It's a regulatory document, and it has the potential to impact the built environment positively, and by extension, improve the quality of life of every Kenyan in this nation. So karibuni tena. I will also take this opportunity to ask my colleagues who are here with me, board members, to introduce themselves, and probably the microphone can be extended to them kindly.
Thank you, VC. Thank you, directors. Good morning. My name is Patrick Butcher. I'm the Housing Secretary as well as Director in National Construction Authority. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Elizabeth Mvoi. I am an advocate. I represent the Law Society of Kenya in the board.
Thank you, directors. We've had a member from the NCA Appeals Board. He has already introduced himself. Thank you for making time to be here, sir. Thank you. Let me take this opportunity as well to appreciate the Building Code Committee. I know I think we have 2 members represented here. We want to appreciate the journey of this building code. We want to appreciate the efforts that they have made, that we have a draft building code or draft Building Regulations 2020 with us for our interrogation. And again, we want to extend this process of interrogating the building code to each and every one of us in this room. Please make use of the website, the NCA website. Please access the website, access this document, interrogate it, because your feedback, your views will add value to this building code document. We were expecting the county commissioner. I'm not sure whether he has arrived. Has he arrived? He has not arrived. Probably we will give him an opportunity to make a few statements as he arrives. But what I'd like us to do in the next minute is just have a brief history on the building code journey. And to do this for us this morning will be one of our directors, Director Butcher. Karibu sana, Director Butcher. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, VC. As I introduced myself earlier, my name is Patrick Butcher. I'm the Housing Secretary in the Ministry of State Department of Housing and Urban Development. If there was a name, probably would be called the father of building code. If there was, and Prof will tell you so. The history of building code comes ways back from 1996. If you remember the Motiso Commission, Dr. Motiso Commission, and that is when the Sunbeam, for those who know where Sunbeam was, the roof collapsed. And the collapse of Sunbeam was actually because of the insect infestation to the trusses. So the trusses fell, and then the roof collapsed. The current building code that we have is 1968. The 1968, I don't know how many have seen the building code. How many have seen 1968 building code? There are only very few. 1968 building code. The 1968 building code is an adaptation of the British building code. What Kenya government did was just remove the word British and put it Kenya. That is 1968. And it was signed by the late Sagini, who was the Minister for Local Government then. The building code, you remember during the Constitution of 2010, the Local Government Act was repealed. So you ask yourself, where is the building code then? The 1968, which was actually anchored on the Local Government Act. So after repeal of the Act, where is the building code? And that's why it's very, very necessary to really have the building code to guide the industry. So In 2009, you remember the government of Nusu Mkate, they felt it was necessary to really have a building code which is dynamic to address the issues in the industry. One of the issues that came in was the issue to do with housing. Because the building code, it is very restrictive, is very descriptive, not performance. There were new technologies in building materials, technologies, new construction methods. You can see, of course, what there is now. In all buildings that we have today, there is no building that conforms with the current building code. Because the current building code describes even the wall. It has to be 200 thick. How many walls are now 200 millimeter thick? New technologies have come in. And therefore, it was necessary to actually change the current building code to conform to the current changing dynamic in the construction industry. So in 2009, the Prime Minister inaugurated a committee which included Professor here, Professor Ukwaro, it included Dr. Motiso, it included Catherine in the university. We had quite a lot of stakeholders, and I was the chair of that particular committee. And we looked at various laws. There are about 1 or 3 laws in the building industry. How do they manage the construction industry? And therefore the issue was, how do we then harmonize these laws so that we can come up with one law that really manages the construction industry? I'm sure most of you saw in 2009, there was building and planning bills. I don't know who saw that. It was actually in the website. Building and planning regulations, 2009. I'm sure some of you must have seen that. So the issue was this, after collapse of buildings. What we are looking for is how do you address the 2 things. One is structural failure and performance failure. Structural failure is total collapse of a building, while performance failure is a failure on the use of the building. I'll give you an example of a performance failure. We went to Mombasa one time. We realized there's a house that people could not really stay in because they were coughing. The children could not stay in because when it was raining, the building, the paint was actually peeling off. And you have seen where, when it rains, when there's a leakage. So the children were coughing, people are not staying in. The building was called that people started saying the majini. So people could not even go because they used to say, jeans ndio zinakaa hiyo nyumba. But the issue was, when it rains, it was leaking and it was affecting the paint. So the paint was feeding, and that causes coughing. Some other areas you have seen houses really without ventilation or aeration. You know, you can't feel comfortable to stay in that house. So the issue came in, how do we address the current issues? Taking into consideration, of course, as I said, the physical failure is total collapse of the building. And many buildings started collapsing since 1986. Many buildings also, in terms of their construction, if you go to Kayole, Zimmerman, in Nairobi, Zimmerman, you can see the kind of planning, the kind of buildings that we can have. Do they fit what you can call the best planning or design for the houses, taking into all consideration the parameters of the house? So, after it didn't work, in October 2019, the NCA, through the PS, before it went actually to NCA, it went to NBI. And I'm sure there are some people who attended, some stakeholders who attended the NBA, when NBA was going around, you know, talking about the building code. And later on, it was found it fit by the cabinet minister, as well as the permanent secretary, Public Works, to actually have it anchored in National Construction Authority. And that's why in 2019, it was taken to NCA to carry it over what was already done as a draft building code. So on 25th of November, the PS appointed a committee which is guided by Professor to review and finalize the draft billing code of 2009. It was again 2016 to review and update it. So this committee has held quite a number of meetings. It has been able to talk with the professional association, various government agencies, council of governors, private sector. And I remember also there is a time they met also the CECs in charge of building in Naivasha. So there's been a lot of participation on the thinking of this particular billing code so that it can be updated. The Office of Attorney General also have reviewed the draft billing code and has approved it for stakeholders' engagement. And that's why we are here, for public participation. We endeavor to reach out stakeholders physically and virtually so that the stakeholders can be able to improve or participate in the improvement of the billing code. It is expected the operationalization of the draft billing code 2020 will achieve healthier, safe, more convenient built environment and promote optimal use of resources. It's worthy to note various important features of the billing code. It will, of course, it will enhance professionalism and abuse of corruption. The one thing we realize when you go to various counties, and I'm sure we have counties representative, we do not have enough professionals who really supervise some of these construction in various counties. I remember one person who was trying to approve a building designs, architectural design from Kajiado. And because Kajiado did not have even a professional to even see where they're approving it. I remember one architect saying what the person who was proving, who was not even a professional in himself, asked this architect, where do I sign? Those are the kind of things we have. Now, some people go and hide from Nairobi to Kajiado because it's on a boundary and they want to take it easy, take it to Kajiado to approve the buildings because they don't want to take it to Nairobi. Nairobi is very strict in terms of approval. And those are the things we are saying. Those corruption, again, in approval processes, in the inspection processes, we will be stopped by the issue of the billing code. Of course, there is a lot of corruption when these inspectors come to inspect the buildings. How do we harmonize the inspection process? How do we take into consideration the approval of the drawings so that there is no corruption in this? And this is what the billing code intends to cure. So it must streamline the billing approvals. We enhance accountability with qualified persons, reduce construction claims due to clarity of the roles of all parties, enhance collaboration condition among its actors, and then shift from prescriptive material to a performance-based regime. This is what exactly I was saying. There is new development in building materials. We've seen a lot of technology in the construction industry, and therefore we cannot remain prescriptive and we should be able to deal with actually performance. If we say a wall will carry this particular weight or something like that, then it should be a wall that will do that, rather than really dealing with the thickness of the walling material. We'll also attract investors in construction industry due to predictability framework, which will lead to industrialized building system. I'm sure some of you have seen also some of these industrialized building systems that have come into the country. We have Chinawi, which have started an industry in Athi River, which really, when you go, they just design your building and produce those components. When you go to the site, you just assemble your material to produce a building. And therefore, this building code is more dynamic in its own nature to allow those changing technologies, to allow those technologies we are importing, to allow also the issue of use of various materials that we are using within the construction industry. So I believe this participation today is really, will be able also to enhance the billing code as well as be able to make sure that we fasten the process that has taken too long. You can imagine a process that has taken since 2009, and the building code that we talk about is 1968 as a country. which has been there for the last all those years. We cannot talk of a building code of 1968. So in terms of NCA specific roles then, of the building code, the NCA will offer an overall coordination of the implementation of building code regulations in Kenya. It will be able to issue guidelines on aspects that relate to construction safety, construction process, building material, equipment, amongst others, and also be able to carry mandatory inspection of all ongoing construction projects. I think the major problem we have in this country is actually the actual inspections of buildings. We did, as NCA, go around to look at some of the buildings that have collapsed. And really, it was the issue of failure of the inspection people or inspection people who are given that, be it county government or be it also the professional themselves. The periodical inspection and certification on periodical basis, it lacks. And there you find even people are building, the houses are complete. When it's almost complete, that's the time it's filling because of that lack of that periodical inspection. And therefore, this one gives the National Construction Authority with other agencies to really be able to inspect building as construction proceeds. Then there is quality assurance to ensure adherence of standards. Of course, people want to live in a safe buildings. Nobody wants to be in a building, then it collapses the following day, killing people. You have realized how many are maimed, how many have been killed, and therefore this provides that kind of a safety. People feel that they are safe to live in a building, not only those who are living in the building, but those in the neighborhood. Because once a building falls, it also falls within, it also kills the people who are passed by or neighbors. Then there is monitoring to ensure stakeholder participation. It's always constitutional rights to have the participation of the stakeholders in the process and therefore fulfilling the construction of, the constitutional obligation. So I think, as the Vice Chair said, you are welcome. Feel free to contribute in all ways possible. You are professional in your own area, and I think that way we'll be able to make our industry more safer and be able to make sure as a Kenya, we are also not left behind. I was looking at the South African codes. You know, they have the code. In fact, I was looking also Tanzania and also Uganda. Kenya seems to be the only one without a building code of 1968. Yet you can see the construction which are going around in this particular country. There's so much construction which are going on. What guides it? How do you inspect those ones? And therefore, this code gives the basis on which you are going to design as well as do construction of our buildings. Also, it will form a basis under which our students are taught in the universities and technical institutions, because they must be taught on how. You remember when we were in university, we used to do, these construction technologies and all that, and we used to study the building code. Professor is a principal of the college, and I'm sure this will form part of what they are going to teach in the university, so that as they come out, they're in the adherence with what building code is all about. So mine is to encourage you and tell you to be free to contribute. This is the construction industry is yours. When a building collapses, it kills either your sister or your brother or your relative. It mimes the same, and therefore there is a need to have a safe built environment. Thank you for that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, QS Butcher and Vice Chair for those remarks. Today we heard from the father of the building code. Maybe by the end of the day we'll get to know who the mother is, because we know who the baby is. So QS Butcher, thank you for that history. And I've had a privilege of attending meetings in which he's presented that together with Prof and other members of this committee who are not here, and I can see the passion even as he was taking us through where we are currently. So thank you, QS Butcher. So ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of that session of opening remarks. We'll go straight to the presentation. And as I mentioned, the document is on our website, www.nca.ga.ke. You can download it. As we proceed, you can continue making your comments. Our online viewers, karibuni, put your comments online. we'll incorporate them as we continue to finalize all these proceedings. So we'll have a presentation of the building code, and it will be from the committee. And again, as I mentioned, we are privileged to have the chairman of the committee who was coming up with this document, Professor Robert Rukwaro, who will take us through the building code, the draft building code, and so that we can internalize and be able to make our comments as we go forward. Prof, thank you, Karibu, and maybe you can take the floor.
So good morning. At least the hall is full. It's good that we have audience. So I'll just talk a bit on the history of the building code. I think my colleague has helped me since he's actually the ones who invited us when the Ministry of Housing they invited us from University of Nairobi to be part of the review of the building code. So let's start from the basics. So the building code that we are reviewing is this when it's in a different shape. So this is the building code that we are reviewing. So we are saying this is the basis. So we are not coming up with a new document. We are reviewing this document. I think that should be very clear. And as he said, Professor Mutiso, who did quite a lot of work on this document, he made sure that he anchored it on best practices over the world. So they visited different countries, Singapore, Britain, Malaysia, and so on, so that the document that we have produced as the new building code, which is a bit voluminous, is actually well-grounded in terms of reference from relevant documents and relevant practices over the world. I think that is important for us to know that it is not a document that is worked on from the local content only. It is also a document that broadens the knowledge on this area of regulating buildings. I think the other area that the other aspect that I can mention is that after repealing, as my colleague has said, the Local Government Act, chapter 265, when it was repealed, where the building code was anchored, it meant that the building code was not domiciled in any document in terms of an act. As you know, this is a regulation, and meaning that it must be anchored in a law. Regulations are anchored in certain laws. So what we are saying is that repeal really had a lot of consequences on whether we have actually a building code. If you actually took somebody in court for violating building bylaws, chances are that you'll not have anything to defend it with. And I think that's a major challenge. So we have to look at this effort as actually trying to domicile a regulation that does not have a place. And it's good that the national government, through the cabinet secretary and the PS, were able actually to make a decision where we should domicile the building code. And in this case, is the National Construction Authority Act. That's where we have domiciled our building code today. And I think the effort they have made to make sure that it's operationalized in the new state of reviews, I think is good. Within 1 year, so much has happened, and the document you have come out ultimately with is more inclusive. It's very inclusive in terms of participation and wholesome in terms of knowledge coverage. I think the other thing that I can just mention is that which is critical before you get into the presentation, is that the structure of this building code is quite straightforward in terms of what is the basis of its structure so that it is easily comprehended. One, it has 24 parts, and these 24 parts are actually based on the building process. You know, the building process starts from like conceptualizing the work or design aspects, and then going to construction, then going to maintenance, and then inspection, and so on. So, though it is 24 parts, each specialist, it may be electrical builders works, or it may be plumbing works, may be management, risk management. It's quite parts that you can put out, you can pull out and operate with it, because not all consultants would want to go through all the information here, because it's specialized information. And actually that's the other thing that we have really to emphasize. This is a very technical document. It is a document that people who oversee the work are trained in many years in the university, like the architects, the engineers, quantity surveyors, and any other profession who relates to the built environment. It is very technical. They are the only ones who can interpret. And it's quite unfortunate that quirks have come into play, and they have come with certain standards that actually are adding up to seeing what we have out there in the environment. The other thing I want to mention very fast is some characteristics of the building code, which might be part of what we will be actually be presenting. And some of them is that this document talks about standards. It talks about standards of buildings. It talks about the maximum standards, the minimum standards for buildings, may it be the staircases, may it be the height of buildings, and so on. So it makes sure that the standard it gives ensures the house is habitable, or buildings are habitable, and that they meet the health requirement, it meets the safety requirements, the functionality requirements, and any other requirements that might be very critical in buildings. So probably we should be seeing the slides so that people can easily follow. And I'm not used to this thing. I hope it works. Where do you point? There or here? My friend, does it have the cells? Anyway, is it working?
This is done.
Let me see.
Switch it on.
Yeah. Huh? So this a bit of history, which I think my colleague has given. I don't need to repeat it. This is about some of the aspects about characteristics of the process. A bit of the process is covered here, which I think also my colleagues have outlined. It was very participatory. The Kenya Law Reform Commission was actually very involved at the initial stages of really trying to make it converted to a law, okay? A law that can easily be used at court. And then the Attorney General's drafters really helped us to align the building code with other laws, which I think was very important. And probably since they are here, they will tell us exactly the areas they felt were actually conflicting with the other areas that existed. You know, immediately a law is enacted, it can carry a lot with it, even other areas, jurisdiction that probably doesn't really belong. But since they have put it in their law, there's very little that you can do if you are doing yours later. And that's what has happened to us, that the approving authorities and the administrative aspect of the building code actually is the proper law, which is planning and land use, physical and land use planning act. So already they told us, the Attorney General's office told us, already what you are trying to do here is already covered elsewhere. So you cannot quote it in this law. And that's why this law that we have here is about building control. It's just technical issues about building, how we build, who builds, and how do we achieve quality? How do we make sure that the materials are well tested and so on? The issues of inspection, the issues of approvals, they're in proper law. These are lacuna that we really need to look at so that we know the proper is in fiscal planning and RAD ministry and NCA, the National Construction Authority, is in public works. The Ministry of a very big ministry which has so many names. I don't know why. So what we are saying is that the current law, the other thing about it is that it's adaptive law, which is very important. And I think that's something that we have mentioned in the next slide. Yeah, that this is an adaptive law, meaning after we approve this law, the county government will take it and customize it according to their geographical region. You know that we have about 6 primary geographical regions. We have the hot humid in coast, we have the lake region, we have the Savannah region, we have the uplands, we have the lower uplands, and we have now the semi-arid and arid areas. So there are about 7 regions. This law guides, it guides in principle. And that's why we are saying it's performance-based. It guides in principle so that in Nakuru, the county of Nakuru will take this. Since they have a county assembly, they customize certain areas to fit their geographical, their cultural, and other practices within their context. And that's why it's called adaptive law. Just like the building code that was, actually, it's the building code we are revising, which was also adaptive anyway. So I think that's very important for us to note that the local authority has a lot of room, especially the county executive officer dealing with the planning, buildings, and other things that you call yourselves. Then the other part is to do with that this law has appreciated other laws, which I thought was very important. Oh, sorry. Yeah, it appreciates other laws, as I think we have stated there. Is it there? Yeah, it appreciates other laws in the sense that it does not impinge on NEMA laws or the AMCA laws. It does not impinge on water resource management laws. It does not impinge on the Health Act and so on. The Attorney General tried to make sure that there will be no conflict in its operationalization, which I think was also a very positive thing as we are trying to finalize it. And then the other thing that we can finalize the characteristics on, as my colleague said, it tries to give room to designers to be more innovative in technology, in design, in techniques of buildings, which I think is good because we have said is performance-based law or regulations. So we have given principles. What are the principles of a wall, of a structure, and so on, so that whichever material you choose, as long as it can meet the principles and the requirement for that purpose of the building elements or the component, then you are allowed to design, to come up with more innovative materials, as opposed to when we had standardized that walls must be certain thickness and must be of a specific material. Then finally, we can also say that, which I want to repeat again, that when you say the building, this is about building code. A building code is more of building control. It deals more of building control. It does not deal with the issues of development control. What am I saying? I'm saying that this law will be more confined within the physical entities that you put within a plot. It is not concerned so much what happens outside the plot. So that's why it is building control. So it comes up with the standards and the procedures that ensure that within that area you build, what you put up respects the neighbors. It also is a habitable house, and it meets all the issues to do with the structure requirement, structure integrity, issues to do with the safety, issues to do with the requirement for disabled, all that. So that's why it's a building control. So that as consultants who deals with that specific area of the plot when you are putting up your building, this is the law that you should use. And the people who approve, this is the law that you should be using henceforth when actually you are actually approving the building, because you have tried to cover as much ground as possible. And then finally, the difference between this code and the initial code, one, it has added new topics, as you'll see. And the areas that it has added are those emerging areas. Let's say, for example, like cladding, which is occurring, grass cladding that is occurring in almost all buildings, a lot of grass on the surface. It has come up with standards. How do you deal with the grass that we have seen people putting in the buildings? It has come up with issues, with a lot of issues also to do with risk management. It has come up with issues to do with maintenance of buildings, inspection of buildings, especially after post-contract. It has come out very clearly on those. And also it has come up with other areas like issues of acoustics, issues of green buildings. It talks about green buildings that actually is a paradigm in our built environment, that's the direction you should go. And that is, which is very important. Even we have given you the index that you should be using to check your buildings. And also finally, it covers landscaping. Note that before we never had a guidance on landscaping around the compound or within the built-up environment. So it has covered something to do with landscaping, which I think was quite useful for all of us, so that we really cater for the greenery. We leave some spaces for greenery within our compounds. Okay, so I think those are critical areas that it has really. Then it has figures for illustration of some of the laws. It has tables to give the deemed fit specifications for certain areas. So there are tables that will give certain sizes of different standards. So the next thing now we can go is the purpose. What is the purpose of this law? I think it's, yeah, the purpose of this law. I think this law basically is to promote orderly, creating an orderly environment that is safe, is attractive, is healthy, is convenient, and that it is a place we enjoy, a place that we enjoy. We create pressure out of those places that we build. So this law here concentrates on those issues. Then we talk about the scope. As I said, the scope is defined within the plot boundary, meaning we are only concerned with issues of where are my glasses? Are they there? So this one will go fast because you can read. So some of the scope aspect is that it's only concerned with the process, whereby we are talking about design, construction, operations, maintenance, and demolition of buildings. So here it is very clear what we are concerned with in this law. It is also concerned with the materials, creating standards of the materials that we are using in our construction industry. It is also concerned with risk management at the site and make sure that the sites are healthy sites during construction and after construction. They are safe sites during and after construction, okay? The sites that we see can be death traps, both when during the construction and after construction. We have seen building coming down during construction and sometime way ahead after construction. So they can be death traps. And that's why we have really to be conscious who is building for us, who are involved, what are the laws guiding this, what is the enforcers doing? What are the inspectors doing? So I think going by that aspect of loss of life and loss of investment, we should then be very, yeah. So we should be very careful on the, what happens on the site. When you see something happening there, I think you should be very, very careful on that. The next thing is about safety and security of the users. I think that one I've said something about it. Okay, the next thing, this one, we are going backward. Sorry. So that one we have covered. That one we have covered. So then, there's something missing. Where is the preliminaries? Part 1. Okay, part 1 is about preliminaries, whereby we have given a lot of definitions and terminologies that we have used in our in the document. So we have tried to define all terms that are used in a certain way in the law. So that one you'll be seeing it when you look at the document. The next one now is to do with part 2. Part 2 is about siting and space about the building. And basically here what you are more concerned with is when you build, and I know you approve buildings, you have to ensure that buildings respect the neighbors. At the same time, they make sure that whoever is staying in it are given enough lighting, the rooms are well penetrated, and all aspects that relate with the natural environment around the building is catered for. And I think this law tries actually to ensure that views, anything that is an obstruction of your building is really observed. The next one is parking. We are very much aware that most of the buildings we are putting up, we are not providing parkings. So this law gives, and I think also the planning law, that gives the minimum parking space. But at the same time, the way cars should be parked so that you don't have obstructions, we have enough space, must be adhered to. And this law actually addresses each of those requirements of how to park a lorry, how to park a bus, how to park a trailer, how to park a car, saloon cars, and so on. And it gives also deemed specifications at the schedules of exactly how to deal with parking. And I would urge the local authority to ensure that we don't leave our cars very far. I mean, most of the flats that we are seeing, people leave their cars very far because they park along the road. So let's try to make sure that the parking ratio of the inhabitants vis-a-vis the usage of the site is actually complied to. The next one is site preparation. As you all know, it is the process. As I said, the way it is organized is as the process. So the next thing is to prepare. The first items is like planning, or more or less how to organize the site in terms of spaces. The next one is how do you get into construction. So when you get a new site, you know very well there are certain things that might occur. You might demolish existing buildings. You might reroute existing service lines. You might do cut and fill if the place is very slopey, and so on. So basically here is really giving you an idea what are the standards required in terms of also protecting people coming to the site by coming up with hoardings or things that can prevent people getting to danger in accessing the site. So I think that one is well covered in this area. And also it considers the welfare of the workers, that we need the hutments, we need the toilets, washing areas, places for eating food, and so on, which are very important for the health of the workers as well, and the welfare of the workers. The next part is about materials. If you look at a building, it's about materials and materials creating enclosure. This is concrete. This is another concrete with a finish. These columns. And then inside, we come and do our activities. So materials is everything. It's everything. It talks about recycled materials is not allowed. It talks about second-hand materials are not allowed. It talks about test of materials. It talks about really following the standards that KEBS gives us. Because material is everything. Some of the buildings that have collapsed is because of counterfeit materials have been used. And that actually is a danger for all of us when that happens. The next section is about structural design. One of the director is a structural engineer. She must be knowing a lot of mathematics because of safety requirement in buildings. But what I'm saying is, structure is so technical. If she could tell you that the things we assume on the site is just that we have seen them happen and we have seen that the buildings stand. That's the only reason. Otherwise, the level of calculations structural engineer have to undergo to decide that the depth of this beam will be 450 and the slab will be this much is quite scientific. It's a very scientific area because we are dealing with creating a material that must withstand certain forces. So it is very scientific. So the way we are dealing with it currently is conventional, that a beam of this can stand, a column of this can stand, or a building designed for 2 floors, we can add another 5 floors, even without affecting the foundation. I think that's what is covered here. It is quite clear that a civil engineer must certify a drawing, especially structural works, before it starts. And actually it emphasizes about the codes, the Euro codes that you are using from Euro code 0 to 9. As you know, we have adapted the Euro code, the European standards, and we have actually done away with most of the British standards. So it is very important that you work very closely with the specialist. Let's not assume even what you know, because you don't know what can happen if you did something that was not right, especially when it comes to structures. I've always told students, building collapse because the structure has collapsed. There's no other reason. All other reasons are a preliminary. But the reason why building collapsed, because it could not withstand the forces. Simple. Whether it's because of workmanship, whether it's because of works we are doing, it does not matter. The engineer will tell you a building collapsed because the structural integrity was compromised. Full stop. The reasons you can give them later. So this area is very critical. This area of civil engineer, let him do his work. Let him do his work. Otherwise, the catastrophe you have been going through is because somebody have abused this regulation. The next one is space within the building. This is the area of the architect. That's why I'm trained for 5 years as an architect. Now this being trained for 6 years. But basically, can you imagine how can somebody go for 6 years in a university learning architecture, and then somebody out there who have never gone to school starts deciding all these things for himself or for others? What did the architect learn that you might not be knowing? Do we try to imagine that? What did or let's say a doctor. I go to a doctor and it's a quack. I mean, my health would be at jeopardy, isn't it? So when you are dealing with people who are not architects in designing buildings, you are putting yourself in a lot of problems. As an architect, there are 3 areas that we are told you have to observe when you are designing. One is functionality of the building. Are the sizes correct? Are they in terms of heights, in the terms of floor areas, in terms of so many other requirements that we see like in this space. We also deal with the issue of lighting, the issue of acoustics, the issue of environmental controls, all those things, functionality, the issues of lifts, and so forth. The other thing that we learn is a building must be meaningful. It must represent something. And there are very buildings that communicate any message. You see a building, that's a wall and a roof. But a good building should communicate to you. It should give you some message. And that's what we call symbolism. You have really to make sure that what does the building mean? And when you go to KICC, that's why people like KICC, because people tend to look at it as African civilization, that it comes from us. It's from traditional region architecture. And it becomes an icon for the whole country. So that architect responded to that aspect also. And the third thing is aesthetics. The look. The building must look nice. That's why it is artistic. Architecture is artistic. It must look nice. Yeah? It must be attractive. It must be appealing. So when we let people do this work for us, or when people do this work for us, you see agri buildings, sick buildings, buildings that, as my colleague explained, that the child was always crying because there was a lot of dampness in the room and so forth, because it was wrongly designed. The lighting, the penetration, and many factors were not met. Anyway, let's not talk about architecture here. So the next thing is about floors. Floors, we know either they are next to the ground or they are suspended, like where we are, up here and below here. So we must make sure that they meet the requirements in terms of waterproofing, in terms of sound, yeah, so that when I'm walking here, people down here don't hear that somebody is walking above. In terms of structural integrity, so many factors that we have to consider. So this part really considers it, and also the finishes that go with it in terms of the wall is not, the place is not slippery and so forth. So all that is covered very well in this section. Then we have walls. Walls also, we know we have subwalling, which starts from the foundation. I think here, the structural engineer, I think you should have a space you talk about what is a foundation. Many people don't seem to understand what supports the building. They think the column supports the building. Majority of people think the column as it is supports the building. But when you go down there, you find that this column has a base of probably 2 meters by 2 meters with a depth of 1 meter. That is hidden. Many people don't know about it. They don't know about its function. That's where the walls and the structural forces are transferred. And that seems, which is also tied with the walls that are coming, because some walls are road bearing. Sometimes that is a challenge for people to understand. For example, the building that collapsed in Huruma. Probably I know she knows the story about it. It's because of foundation and the walls, the way they were done. Yeah? How was it reinforced? Yeah? You can see actually, when you don't understand the technical aspects of what parts must be correct in a building, is what is leading to the calamity that we are in. So the walls here, we are more concerned with the waterproofing, the stability of these walls. Some walls can be road bearing, like roll-rise buildings, and others can be just infused or just non-road bearing walls. But what is of importance is that walls have clear requirements that define the enclosure requirements. You can see some walls can be glass, some walls can be very industrialized material, some walls like the bank. If you went to where the banker is, you find this reinforced, probably almost half a meter. So the walls have their own purpose. And let's respect the walls that we put around. When I was being taught in school, I think also the lecturer was a bit prescriptive. He said, any external wall should not be less than 200 millimeters. Because if it is a road-bearing wall, and then you put a wall of 150, then it will not work. That is from practice. But what is important is that the engineer should prescribe whether that stone you are using, or whichever method that you want to put your wall with, whether it's masonry or it's steel or whichever, it is actually the correct specification to actually carry the roads or whatever purpose that wall will be used. Then there's lighting and penetration. Lighting and penetration, I don't think I want to explain, but what we have emphasized in the presentation of this law is that let's go for natural penetration. Let's go for natural lighting. Artificial lighting in tropical areas is expensive and unnecessarily, because our climate is comfortable. I always tell the students that when you find somebody putting a fan inside a building like this, unless it's a mortuary, then that architect failed. You can do even an auditorium without air conditioning. And when you start seeing people putting that, that means they would rather stay outside instead of inside the building. That's what it means. Because why are you coming to treat the building with those gadgets, while you can design a building within tropics that environmentally it is stable? That's the question. And it has been done, and we know our traditional houses never had the air conditioning, and they work so well. Can we ask ourselves, how did our forefathers build to make sure that the houses were functional? Your grandmother's house, your grandmother's house that you see in the books and so forth, they were functional. Meaning, through certain traditional codes, they have come to know how to respond to the environment. So the same case here, we are saying that let's try as much as possible to use natural penetration. We have given the standards that needed for different types of spaces, the type of lighting, the amount of lighting you require, the amount of penetration that you require for different spaces. Let's adapt that when we are designing. I'm almost finishing, my colleague to come. Then there's glazing and cladding. Glazing and cladding is a very new phenomenon. It started in 1980s. That's when you started. It's the building of 1980s. You start seeing a lot of glass, like cooperative house. Those were among the first buildings. Yeah, and the problem with that is we are in tropics. In tropics, we require smaller penetrations. We require smaller openings in buildings. What it means is that when you have those glass, inside the building is not usable. For those who have gone to Parkview Towers, I don't know whether you have gone there, you have gone to Rodro House, you have gone to Cooperative House, you have seen what people have reacted. They have put a lot of clothing or papers just to keep off solar radiation that comes through the glass. Because immediately the sun comes in, it creates a greenhouse effect. And the glass does not allow that heat to go outside. So the place becomes too hot. And for tropics, we don't need that. We just need smaller windows that you see in old buildings, like the old buildings that were done in 1940s and so on. Those ones you find, they are very comfortable. So I think, so what we have done in the regulations is give the guidance of how you should use the glass and how glass should be attached to the building. Note that since we are using curtain walling, what contractors and developers have done to reduce the cost of walling, they are just coming with a frame, steel frame, then fixing glass all through. That doesn't help. If there is an earthquake, and you saw it during the bomb blast, what happened? The whole of Cooperative House was shattered. What killed people? It is this, the glass, the broken glass that was flying right and left. That's what killed people. So we have really to be conscious of some of these disasters and also the environmental aspect. The building next to Uhuru Highway, the Parkview Towers, when there's a lot of sun, because it's an angle, the sun concentrates. For those who have done physics, the sun concentrates, the radiation concentrates towards certain areas along the road. And when you are passing there, you feel a lot of glare. Where those rays focus, because they get to be focused like convex, you find the glass has dried out. Yeah? You know that also that there was a case in abroad where actually, because of the way building was designed, and the radiation was coming to the glass, and the way it was reflected on the ground, it melted some cars or something happened, and somebody had to be sued on that. So we have to be very careful on this glazing, but we have given the standards for it. And this is the last one I'm doing, then my colleague will come up. The last one is staircase, lifts, and escalators. These vertical movement elements are very important. To me, the standard that we need to observe is how can we ensure the staircase have the correct threads and the correct risers. The books say it should be 300 thread, riser 150. But what do you find in the houses? You find a staircase like a hill. It's a hill you fear coming down. Climbing up is good, but coming down you fear if anything happens. So what we are saying here, let's try as much as possible for these regulations. What it has said about the tread, what it has said the position of the handrail, what it has said about the spacing for the balustrades. Let's observe that. Because if the balustrades are not do not comply with the requirement, we should be not more than 50 millimeters, so that a child does not put his head through. You know, children like playing around the staircase. So we are saying the balustrade must not be more than 100 millimeters, because children will put their head and fall off if you make it bigger. The height of the balustrade, as you move up the building, we have said it should be higher, so that somebody who is drunk can be prevented hanging over and falling over when it is at 900. So I think some of these are sensitive issues that we really need to look at. The staircase, lifts, you know about the lifts in terms of fire, in terms of their controls, and also the escalators which you normally put in public areas. But these are areas that we really need to observe in terms of the requirement, because they take a lot of space, and where we sacrifice is in days to create more space for living, which I think sometimes is not the correct thing. I think I'll stop there and allow my colleague Architect Nyore to come and continue with the presentations. Thank you a lot.
All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very excited to be here. I'm very, very happy to see the house and to have quite a number of you who have joined us this morning to have this conversation, and the variety of people who are concerned in the building industry. Very happy to see you all. For purposes of those who are not here when we're introducing ourselves, my name is Florence Nyole. I'm an architect, and I am representing AAK in this particular committee. I also sit as the outgoing chair of the architects chapter. I'm very happy to see a number of architects in the room. I also happen to be the president of the East Africa Institute of Architects. So I'm very happy to see you all here, and we look forward to a very engaging session. And even as we continue to show you the more technical stuff, I hope that you'll be looking forward also to giving us a lot of the input that you have out there. I also wish to congratulate NCA through the members of the board and the staff for taking this up. This is very important. And I wish during this session, we'll take this to where it needs to go. 1968 is such a long time for us to be talking about a building code. We're in 2021. You know, those are very many years. So we need to have something that will enable us to bring back what we're calling sanity in our industry. And I think if anything, it's our time. Let's make sure that at least we get it there. And we can say that in 2021, we participated, and this is what we have. So very, very excited to be here. I'll take it up from where Prof started, and he did a very good job starting us off with the items on the code, and from the staircases, lifts, and escalators. He finished off and he talked about these items. I'll take it up to the roofs. So this part talks about there is consideration for design of roofs. As we all know, roofing is the final thing that makes a building stand out or make it have its sort of final form. And it's important how these roofs are done. We know a lot of us suffer with leakages, especially when we have flat roofs. As you've all heard, the building code actually started because our roof collapsed. So the standards for that roof are very, very important in terms of trusses, in terms of the materials that are being used. We know that we've moved away even from materials that are, not good for our environment, like asbestos. So in terms of materials, it's very important that the materials that are being used are quite good. Waterproofing is important in this particular instance. So the building code will provide standards for this and enable us to then, if we follow them, then we should be able to have a good establishment of the same. Then move to the next part, which talks about water services, drainage, waste disposal, and storm water. we live in a very water scarce environment, and it's very important that right now, as we move forward, standards on waste, on rainwater harvesting are important. I do not think that going forward, people should let water run off. We should be storing it, saving it for reuse and for use even within our houses. And it's very important. I happen to have been born and bred here many years ago, but moved to another city as I continue to grow up. But we used to have a lot of water shortages, and I'm not too young. That was a long time ago. Can you imagine the trouble now with the increase in population in Nakuru? It must be quite something. So, and I'm sure any other urban area is suffering from the same. So I think it's important that we look at how can we ensure that rainwater harvesting is provided for, and the code is trying to do that. Also, recycling of water, grey water versus black water, how do we ensure that it's recycled, and if it's going to be drained away, that it is drained properly. And even in terms of sanitation, you know, in our circles, you know, when somebody wakes up in the morning, the first thing they want to do is to sanitize themselves, take a shower, go to the bathroom for, to relieve themselves. That is the number one thing that is very important. But you find in our urban areas, especially informal settlements, that's the one thing that is causing a dilapidation of those areas: drainage, sanitation, and things like that. So it's important that even as we move forward, those things are being catered for in the correct standards, ensuring that in those urban areas we've provided proper sanitation facilities for those people who are living there. And also it's just in terms of disposing of what you call stormwater, you know, water that runs off on surfaces like roads and the paving around that area. How do we ensure that that is also collected and harvested? We wish that all the rain that falls in these particular areas could be collected somewhere and become a reservoir and recycled and brought back for reuse within our areas. And of course, guidelines on sewers and is also provided for. Going forward, I think a lot of people have, you know, done their own biodigesters and septic tanks, etc. But I think even within urban areas, the provision of sewer is also very important. And I think a lot of government entities that are concerned with sewerage are working on that, so that we have also an efficient way of discharging effluent from our spaces. Then the next part talks about electrical installations, very important. We all know that, you know, power and lighting is a critical part of us, and the importance of it is that standards must be engaged, you know, in terms of even the conduits, the conduits that we're using, the sizing of the same, and even the use of here it talks about a qualified electrical engineer, okay? So in this case also, the building code is trying to enhance the use of professionals in our constructions, yeah, and in the things that we do. A lot of the projects that we see out there, we just get you know, an electrician, so to speak, to come and decide on what is going to happen on the building. But I think as we go forward, it's important to engage a qualified electrical engineer, or at least a qualified person, so that you're able to get quality electrical installations on our buildings. And even in terms of standards, I think we've also seen a lot of substandard installations in some of the areas. You know, a switch that was fixed a year down, when you go to switch it on, it's broken or it's going inside, you know. Those kind of things we don't understand. We want to have a quality area, and therefore even following the standards that will be put in place by the code and aided by also the Kenya Bureau of Standards. Then landscaping, a very important thing. As we all know, I think during the lockdown, COVID-19, a lot of people were suffering with, you know, staying indoors. They don't have any landscaping. That's because we've not taken care of spaces that allow for some form of indoor-outdoor interaction. And it's important that even as we go forward, that even landscaping is taken care of. And here we are saying an owner shall provide for soft landscaping area, at least 20% of the plot area, which shall have trees, vegetation, permeable paving surfaces. That would be so lovely. We've seen even in our estates where people have now taken up land that was set aside as a playground and open area. it has now been taken up and a structure has been put up, reducing the quality of that space, reducing the value of that area, and denying children, denying even the elderly a place to walk and just have a nice fresh air out there. So I think the code is bringing this back, and it would be lovely to see our spaces having the same. And it also provides for setbacks and furniture in these areas, and how to ensure that that space is enhanced. After all, the code is just trying to say, let's move towards a quality life and a quality construction, built environment. Then we also look at inspection and maintenance of the built environment. I know this has been a point where we need to actually discuss who inspects these areas. There's need for inspection of buildings. You could do a building, year one, looking very nice, lovely, everything is new, working, etc. But after 5 years, you go there, you find it's a completely different place, it's a mess. So there's need that every 5 years, and that's what the building code is saying here, that there'll be inspection, to make sure the things you said, the things you had in year one are still the same things that you're having, or you have at least maintained them. Number two is also, we see a lot of people changing use in terms of the building. There was a report in Kisii, I think a year or 2 years ago, I can't remember, but a building that was a residential building was converted into a store. And they kept storing things. I think NCA must have a report on this. They kept storing things in that building, and eventually the building actually collapsed because of the weight of the items that were being stored there. Remember, when a structural engineer designs, he designs for certain load. And when you come and overload, the thing collapses, and with time. We've seen the same thing. Even in terms of substandard construction. Let's say you do have a column that has been sized for at the beginning, in a certain way. But as we go on site, especially in some particular areas, we find people are continuing to build up, loading the building a little bit more. Even after a while, those, they said to an extent, kidogo. After 5 years, the building is completely different from what the county has approved. And what is known in the books is not what you see on site. So after 20 years, the thing is a totally different thing. So also in terms of controlling how things are changing in terms of areas, like for instance, you can have your small plot in a townhouse. We've seen, especially in areas like I think Shabab, if I'm not wrong, there used to be townhouses, but people have extended or done extensions or done commercial areas, etc. How can we control that so that it's going either according to the plans of the city or plans of the urban area, but also it's to code, so that you're not just doing it haphazardly. So every 5 years, that inspection will be done. I think it's very, very important, and I think as we go forward, those kind of things will be critical. Also, the issuance of the certificate of occupation of a building. We know that we do a lot of good things on paper. We approve buildings, we do many things. Work starts on site, then you get your occupation as a certificate. Who issues it, and who continues to certify the same as you go forward. So inspection of buildings will be a critical thing, and the building code is going to be quite keen on the same. Then also we're looking at non-waterborne waste disposal. This is more of solid waste, as it were. We know that we have a big challenge in terms of waste. The building code will be looking at this. We're looking at siting and construction of pit latrines, for instance, and what is important in terms of sewerage and sanitation of the same. It's talking about a latrine and an ablution shall be provided as separate compartments, and it gives the minimum dimensions of the same, and even in terms of the numbers that need to do that. I think if you look at the 1968 building code, you'll be able, it tells you for a school, let's say for a school of X number of students, you need this number of washrooms for them. That kind of a thing is also what the code is going to talk about, even in its schedules, trying to give you numbers, sort of standards, and say you can't have, let's say we are in a room here, we are 100 people, and you provide one WC for all of us. It doesn't make sense. There's need to ensure that the numbers you're having, you also cater for sanitation in a similar manner. Then of course refuse disposal. We know that this is a really big issue. If you walk around, I'm very happy. Nakuru is quite a clean town, and I must say so. But in other towns, people just dump stuff, outside the building. That's because the building owner has not even provided for waste collection, and that's important. So we should then be able to have a code that says, as you're doing your construction, waste disposal or refuse disposal is important. And as the Prof has said before, is that we'll be working together with the MCA Act at this point. So NEMA comes in play. And how do you then dispose that waste which you have collected? Will you be carrying it away to a dump site, or will you be incinerating it? How will you carry it out? But we're also looking at how can we ensure also that we can recycle, okay? Reuse, reduce, recycle. The 3 R's, we've known them, I think, for a very long time. But it's time that we start putting that into use. Then, of course, requirements for differently abled people. This is part 20. And all buildings shall be planned for use by people living with disability. I think the world is moving towards what we call universal access. That anybody, whether they are blind or physically challenged, or even, let's say, they are not normally abled, they should be able to access the building. And we're not saying that you segregate them, just provide a ramp at that point. We're just saying that anybody should be able to access that building. You need universal access. And therefore, the standards are going to be here. And again, working together with standards from CABs and even in terms of allowing for parking. I just see, even on our streets, the counties just go, they say an old parking, which is for a normal person driving, they just convert that into one for someone who's on wheelchair. That's not how it works. They need special requirements. They need special adjustments. And it's very, very important that we allow that actually takes place. And for us, it's very critical that we have that happening. And even as we move forward, I think it will be very important that those things are actually looked at. That when even you're doing parking in the basement, you should be able to allow specific parking with specific dimensions for the same. Then, of course, provisions for handrails, water closets in those areas, the sizes of corridors, the ramps, to improve access for those who are differently abled. Karibu sana. Yeah. And then fire safety and fire installations, we do struggle with this a lot, especially in areas where there's a lot of informality, because there isn't even sufficient space for egress, or for getting out, or for escape. How do we ensure that this happens? But even in buildings such as this, how do we ensure that safety in terms of fire and in terms of even the installations is actually well done? It's not used. I see quite a few people in buildings where the maintenance person starts using the fire hose reel to wash or to do maintenance. That should not happen. It should not happen. So this is just to enhance the safety and the safety of the building, and ensuring that these things are actually installed. And even in terms of materials, we're talking about a fire rating in terms of materials. So for instance, provisions are made for separating non-combustible walls as well as fire division walls, and so on and so forth. So this is important, ensuring that you have your sprinkler system, you have your fire alarm systems, you have a separate water storage tank for fire prevention. Those are things that we may overlook in buildings, but very, very critical. Yeah, we need to now start looking at that, all in an effort to save lives and make sure that we are mitigating as much risk as possible moving forward. And continuing on the same is just the fire escape route, as I was saying, in terms of the exit doors. Are they rated? How are they rated? What material is being used on them? And even in terms of providing for them, you cannot have a very long building with only one staircase. Those dimensions you're talking about, from one staircase to the next in terms of distance, you need to create what is allowed for, and the building code will be doing the same. We're also looking at unobstructed access to escape routes. I see people locking fire escape routes. That should not happen, and I think that is what the building code will be pushing forward. Going on also is just also to put the responsibility on whose responsibility is it? Is it just the owner? Yes, in this case, yes. But also as professionals, we should be able to put those in place. With the code here, then you're able to advise the owner. You need to have your fire exit markings and signage very clear, very succinct, and very visible going forward. Then, of course, demolition of buildings. This should be done in a way that prevents danger from fire or explosion. We know that sometimes you have to bring down a building. You must also use the supervision of an experienced person. And in this case, the person should also be qualified to carry out the same. And then people should understand how the structure being demolished, how does it sit. And also at the end of the day, when you demolish this building, where do you take the materials? Are you able to reuse them? Maybe you should try that as much as possible. You'll hear me saying a lot in terms of reuse and recycling, because where are we taking all these materials? Let's say, for instance, if we were to bring down Merica Hotel, where will you take all these stone and rubble? We need to find a way of reusing them instead of dumping them away and not having any use for them. Then we are creating another environmental problem. So every time you're doing a demolition, and I'm very glad that we have a lot of contractors in the room, where do you take that material? Can you find a way of reusing it? Can you find a way of ensuring that it just doesn't go to waste? And that's why in the introduction of the building code, we're talking about a circular economy, that everything that we have should be able to find another life going forward in terms of recycling. And of course, the use of professionals is encouraged here. Then disaster risk management, this needs to be in place. I think NCA for a very long time has been training on risk management. It's very important, not only during construction, but also in the event that, say, the building is in use. How do you take it to the next level? How do you ensure that you evacuate people safely? How do you ensure that there are protocols in place to encourage a safe exit of persons who might be trapped and things like that. Designs done or modified outside Kenya shall have to comply with this code. This is, I like this because you know, we have a lot of foreign professionals coming to do a lot of work or are actually already doing work in Kenya. How do we ensure that they follow the code? And at the same time, they also use local consultants in doing the same. So this is important. I'm glad that the building code is talking about it. Of course, provision of health and safety during construction, records of health and safety, safe place of work, you know, and all the items that might be required under the WIBA are also mentioned in this particular instance. Then at the same time, of course, the scaffolding that is being used, working platforms is provided for, making sure that people have either guardrails or they're harnessed when they are doing construction, but also even at the same time when they are cleaning. I think a lot of buildings are now quite tall and you have a lot of glass, so you sort of have to build or maintain something on the facade. How do you ensure that that happens in a way that it is as provided for? I think that is a very important thing at the end of the day. And any other safety measures that may be required on site, these have been discussed in this particular part. Then at the end of the day now we are saying that a contract to undertake construction works shall prescribe that a defects liability period during which a contractor shall rectify a major defect that becomes apparent. Right now, and even from the engagements that we've already had, we know that this is going to be a contentious issue in terms of the time. Most of us are used to the 6 months defects liability period. Here, the building code is stating between 24 to 60 months, which is definitely a very long period of time. And there's need to engage a little bit further on making sure that all stakeholders, as we're engaging today, we're able to speak on the same thing and come down to a rationalized time so that it meets it meets the requirements that we've known for a very long time within the building industry, and we'll have more conversation regarding the same. Then, of course, this ensures that the contractor and qualified person shall provide warranties to the owner that the construction shall comply with the building code. That's very important. We all take the insurances that we need to take as we are starting construction, and even on our own as we are doing the design. Then we talk about access roads, cul-de-sacs, and other private roads. This comes off in the wave of what we're calling NMTs, yeah? Then non-motorized transportation. You know, a lot of people walk to where they're going, or they walk to work, or people need to walk a little bit more. as we do. We don't just need to create roads for vehicles, but even those roads need to provide for people who are walking. I think a lot of you have noticed that in the recent past, a lot of roads have now started having additional footpaths here and there. The work is ongoing. I think there's a standard that has been released by Kura, if I'm not wrong, and they're encouraging that any road that is being constructed actually does provide for a footpath, and I think that's the right direction you should be taking. They will obviously be reading along this. And as you can see here, the width of an access road shall be at least 6 meters, and the footpath thereon shall be at least 2 meters wide. I think it's very important, and even for us who might be engaging in doing those roads, even when an engineer has brought you a design, you also need to question and say, this does not meet the code. Can we just try and ensure that we follow that? We're also looking at provision for the turning curve as provided. I don't know if any of you have been to a road where you're trying to turn, and the turning curve at that point is very, very strict, very stringent, almost like a 90-degree. I think in Nairobi, the road that most people refer to is Ngong Road. It's literally a 90-degree turn, almost impossible. Yet even any books that we've read on construction do not indicate that. So the standards will then allow us to cater for the same. We're also looking at guidelines for manholes, drainage and channels on these private roads, and ensuring that they are provided for, so that we go back to the issue of collecting water. This should be happen. And even as we discuss this, there was a design manual for urban areas in Kenya that was released by the ITDP, Institute of Transport Development, that was issued, I think it was released last year, and it's something that I'm happy that it's being referenced in this particular code. And just like any other code, some things might continue being developed even after the building code has been approved, but it's only to reinforce the elements that we have in the building code. So I think at the end of the day, this is a document that we need to be looking into quite seriously, because we'll continue to engage with the same. Then towards the end of the building code, you'll find 2 schedules. The first schedule is just a table which has useful design data. It talks about occupancy classification, like I was saying. How do you classify occupancy in terms of numbers? Especially for us who will be starting to design from first principles, you need to know the size of a room because of the accommodation that you need to provide for in that area. Then for engineers, there'll be structural Euro codes. I think the structural design also talks about Euro code 0 to 9. Those will be put in there as well. Then classification on bearing capacities, details for walls, air exchange rate per hour. This is specifically for ventilation. We have the green building index, very important as we go forward. How do we begin to rate our buildings and ensure that we are going green, which is really an important thing. There's no greater way of emphasizing climate change and climate action. This is the time for it. It's been with us. We can no longer ignore. This has to be part of our lives, and therefore green building index in the same will be important. Then sanitary features, as well as the solutions in terms of the various reactors that you have, will be put in there. Then fire resistance for all the elements in the building will be included. Then the second schedule is more illustrative or more graphical, if I should use the word. It talks about dimensions, say for garages, turning circles for vehicles, measurement of floor plan areas, minimum floor heights, glass thickness, and the lift well, and so on and so forth. So a lot of these things that have been put here just to guide some of the elements that have been put in within the various parts that we've been discussing. And even as we go forward, you'll find that for those of us who also understand other data documents like the new FAT and AJ Matrix and ETC, it's basically a similar thing, that you're having a code that enables you to design in a good way. So I think I'll end there, because I believe the way forward will be shared by as we finish this particular session. Thank you very much, and I look forward to your engagement going forward.
Thank you very much, Architect Florence. Thank you very much, Architect Florence and Professor Rukwaro, for that session you've taken us. We've noted that building code has up to 24 parts, and we've gone through all that. In our program, we were now to break for our tea break, and then the next program we will come back for our plenary. But before we do that, I want to welcome our Vice Chair, Engineer Sipora Rotich, to take us through another stage before we break for our tea. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry. You want us to use the microphone? Thank you for that presentation. That was an excellent presentation, giving us an overview, a summary of the building code. I think it has enabled us as the audience, as the participants, to be able to engage to a measure with the contents of the building code. I want to take this opportunity to recognize and acknowledge the presence of the County Commissioner, Nakuru County. Bwana County Commissioner, karibu sana. Thank you for hosting us in your county this morning. We are very appreciative that we can be able to have this conversation over the Building Code 2020 and have a feedback from the audience who represent the county and the larger North Rift, the Rift Valley region. Let me take this opportunity, Bwana County Commissioner, to invite you to give us your remarks. We are having a conversation over the Draft Building Regulations 2020, and this is public participation and stakeholder engagement. And the purpose for this, as you are well aware, is to get feedback from the public to help us in the decision-making process. So karibu sana, Bwana County Commissioner.
Thank you so much, Madam Vice Chair. We want to recognize the presence of the Secretary Housing and dignitaries from other organizations, both governmental and non-governmental. Think even our colleague from Narok could be around. Yeah, probably you can, maybe unaweza salimia too, kindly. Yeah, we were invited and we came, and just want to welcome you all to Nakuru, those who have been here before, those who have never. It's a growing town that is moving to the next level of becoming a city, and probably this is the most important thing that I think we are doing, and we are doing it at the right time. Because our habitat is the most important thing in our lives, because that's where we live. And we really need to be safe when there. We have had so many losses, and much of it is about human error because of the technical aspects of planning and probably the guidance that comes from the law. And probably even when we look at the measures that we are supposed to take in terms of handling issues that emanate from such either negligence or probably omission, we really need to have a code. And we are most appreciative because when things go thick, we are the first people to be informed of what is happening, and most of the time members of the public look upon the government to do something about it. Of course, the burden, in most cases, people say serikali saidia. And there is something that can be easily avoided if we could be able to have regulations, code of practice, and have the right people doing the right job. so that at least we can be sure at any given time when we are venturing into construction, because this is where all the messages about enjoying our livelihoods and the surrounding environment, this is where it emanates. You look at somebody has a small plot, construct to the edges without considering about parking, without considering about the refuse, all of it directed to the roads. Then distractions comes with it. All of it, the blames are again turned against the government. It looks like the government is doing nothing about it. Even the person that is doing all this damage themselves, they are also blaming the government for doing nothing about it. Maybe one aspect that we really need to look about at, if really we are able to handle it. We have done so many good things about this country. But it's like we have neglected the sewer systems. Tell me of the projects that are going on. How many towns are doing sewer projects? Right here in Nakuru, we have a serious problem with fish from Lake Nakuru now. Some of it emanates from our own waste. And I think even if you go to Kisumu, go to Mombasa, how many buildings are emptying into these water masses? Is there a way we can have this kind of pollution arrested? Probably as we think about the structures, the niceties about the buildings that we are doing, that one aspect makes all the beauty that we have in construction stink. So I know I'm talking to the right people. And since we can self-regulate, and since we are doing public participation, and since we are seeing the rising cases of cancer, let's think about the contribution our habitat has in this menace. Without talking a lot, because I'm not an expert in this field, and just as a layman, put just across that food for thought, because that is one aspect that I think we should really consider. And the other one probably is about the parking, because actually we have wide roads, but then a huge chunk of it is consumed by parking along the roads, because actually the places that we frequent do not have parkings of their own. Without much, I just want to say thank you for this opportunity, and most welcome once again to Nakuru. Thanks.
Thank you, Bwana County Commissioner, for gracing this occasion. It shows the importance that you put in this function that we have here. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are coming to the tail end of this morning's session. But before we close, we've had some very interesting submissions. We had a presentation. We had some comments from QS Butcher. We also had opening remarks from our Vice Chair. Ningependa tuwapatie makofi ya kilo 5 kabla tufunge kikao hiki cha asubuhi. Tuende kunywa chai ya mchana, na chai tutakunywa hapa chini karibu na swimming pool. Alafu turejee baada ya dakika 15, mwendo wa saa 6 kasoro dakika 20 ndio tuweze kumaliza shughuli hii ya leo. So tuwapatie makofi 5 ya kilo na tutaanza. Okay, ngoja tuanze. 1 2 3 4 5 fungua. Asanteni sana. So tutaenda kunywa chai. we'll start at the back, maybe so that we can have a bit of order. You can see we are full house, and thank you Rift Valley for turning up in large numbers in this occasion. Let's start maybe streaming out from the back. Tea served at next to the pool side, and then we come back in 15 minutes. Online viewers, let's see you in 15 to 20 minutes. Asanteni. Okay, welcome back to this, it's now afternoon session. Although as per our program, it was supposed to be mid-morning, but I believe we will catch up with time. So karibuni. A few announcements for the contractors in the house and construction workers. Maybe by a show of hands, how many are contractors here? Ah, okay, that's a good number. Thank you for coming. Remember to put in your details because you will earn 10 CPD points. And of course, you know, by that you can be able to do your renewal. Sio ni sawa? Okay, sawa. Same to construction workers. And then for your comments, as we mentioned, you can send your comments to buildingcode@nca.go.ke, info@nca.go.ke, whether you're here or to our online viewers. Kindly send in your comments there because we appreciate that we are quite a number and we may not be able to physically maybe give you, each one of you, time to speak. Again, as I mentioned, the draft building code is available on our website, nca.go.ke. It's a very easy way. When you go to our website, it has been made easy. It will just pop up and you simply download it to whichever gadget you are using. It's quite a bulky document, but it's quite, it's important that you download it. There are some who are asking for the presentation. We will be able to email it to you. I note that we did not capture your email addresses, but we'll find a way. Probably you can see us after. We'll email to you the presentation for your own use, probably later, or when you are referring to the main document as you make your comments. Now, we are going to the plenary session where we'll be getting your views. And due to the very large numbers, and we say again, thank you, Rift Valley, you've made it, we may not be able to give each one of you a chance to air your views. So we'll kindly request that you write down your comments and share with us. We have a secretariat team right at the back at the entry. We have one in front here, two ladies in front here, and the team just at the entry. Leave your comments there if you do not get a chance to speak. We do not want to leave any comment unseen or unheard. Do not leave here without leaving a comment on this very important document, the draft building code. Tumeelewana hapo? Tuko sawa? Ndugu yangu wa orange huko nyuma, tuko sawa? Unanisikia vizuri? Asanteni. Now, as we start this session, we'll go this way. There are some people we'll recognize and we'll give them a chance to give their views. Then after that, we'll open it up to the public, to the general, to all of us to give our views. Again, as I mentioned, the online viewers, share your comments online. We value them, and we really appreciate that you could be able to join us online. So straight away into this session, we will start with the CEC, Infrastructure and Energy, Trans Nzoia, Engineer Kaifas. Kindly maybe say hello and give us your comment on this very, very important document. The roving mic, kindly, is there another roving mic to be shared with our audience? Or is this the only mic? Thank you. Make sure you sanitize the...
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon again. Yeah, as you said, I'm Engineer Nambafu. I'm the CEC for Infrastructure for Trans Nzoia. I'm happy to be here to participate in this public participation. And I have been around. I'm a registered engineer. I'm also a consulting engineer. And I worked with the Ministry of Public Works for 28 years before I took early retirement. So I've been around in the construction industry. I would like to make, as a stakeholder, I would like to say this. Today we are dealing with the building industry. And we have been having a problem of collapsing houses. And myself, I know that the construction industry, building construction industry, is one of the oldest industries. You can trace it to civilization. The tombs in Egypt, the Italian architecture, as we say. So this problem we have been having, I have personally been saying we should take a good professor to analyze the scenario, what brought us to this scenario, as a way of evaluating our problem. Because right now we are in a problem of collapsing houses. We needed somebody to trace our history, how we slided into this scenario, so that we can apportion the blame, so that we can know how to stitch, how to address the issues. Once we apportion the blame, then we shall address it well. As I said, I'm part of the industry. I interact with construction sites almost every day. And I would like to say this. The reason why buildings collapse, or the reason why, as one speaker said, that there is lack of periodic inspections. It's not just lack of periodic inspections. Somebody refuses to take action. Somebody refuses to take action. He does not look for the inspection. Then you end up with a lack of inspections. And what I would like to say generally is this. Bad things happen because people play roles which are not theirs. That's the root cause. And that's how we can just put it in a nutshell. People play roles which are not theirs. And somebody also mentioned that the word quack. Yes, that word quack. We always use it, but we should define who a quack is. Because you may be liaising with a quack without knowing. We should be taking time off to describe a quack. A quack is somebody who plays a professional role that he does not understand. He does not qualify for. That's a quack. And what causes this? And as I said, I've been in the industry for 28 years in the Ministry of Works as an engineer. Therefore, I have encountered all cadres of workers under me. I have trained some, and I have known how to work with those officers you have trained. The officers who mess are those who harbor ignorance. So in one way, in their working time, they did not have time to have a good mentor, to work under a boss who knows what is supposed to be done so that he can mentor them. Others who are also ignorant, there may be some interference, some political interference that makes appointments and deserved appointments. If they see somebody is following rules to the letter, then you will find somebody who is not in the profession may appoint somebody who does not deserve to a position. That creates somebody who can act in ignorance. So the scenario today, it has been created. To solve it, we need to up our game on policing. On policing, so that we ensure somebody does not act in a role he's not supposed to act. And as I was talking about ignorance, and I said there are some people who trained under me. Once you train an officer and he understands how to take responsibility of his actions, that officer will never do something wrong. Knowing where to go is a professional hallmark. You don't have to guess. You just, when you reach a point and you cannot decide, you should know your next boss. And if you are trained properly, you'll always go to the right person who can give you the right answer so that you do something correct. So there are issues of mentoring, which some are bad luck, others is because of political interference, making wrong appointments. As I said, But the field is dynamic. As we are here like this, thanks today we are addressing the making of the document. That's a correct job. But we have another line. Our lines of action are many. This is just one. The other line of action is to contain the situation on the ground. And I'm sure the situation on the ground is still fluid. We lost touch with our fundis. Each fundi is now independent. He doesn't know how to consult. They are doing what they like in the villages, in the divisions. So we should up our game on policing. Recently, I encountered somebody who was putting up his own house, and he was a friend of mine. I congratulated him. Oh, you have done this house very well. Then he told me, yes, I hired that fundi, and I equipped him. And he did my house. The walling was just 3 days. The walling was finished. Me, I knew there was a catch there. Because we know every day you can only do 2 feet of a wall. But that's not the only home. There are several constructions. Even I saw a mosque that came up in 3 days. The walling was complete. So the things which we are calling rules of thumb, the rules of thumb are also being interfered with. The early fundis who trained under the Wasungus, they knew you have to build only 2 feet and you go home. But even that rule of thumb is being interfered with today. So we had engineers in Kenya. The colonial engineers were here. They walked our landscape. The railway was put up from Mombasa to Malava, an engineering masterpiece. And the first Wazungus who walked here, they were engineers. That's why we have some towns called engineer, even. And in my dialect, if you are looking proud, they will call you are showing engineer. So the first Wazungus who walked our landscape were engineers. And they did a good job. If you see the roads where they were placed, and you look at the design document, you will find all the rules that are there were followed when these roads were being put. So, on that bit, I'm saying a document may be old, but don't rush to say it's bad. It may just add to it. This is just wisdom. If you see a document has been used over years by so many intelligent people, and they have left it as it is, be very careful when you are altering it. After 3 years, you will discover you are the one who was wrong. What will you do? You have already altered it. We have been dealing with the change of documents in the roads. And sometimes we have been in a hurry a bit. We make a change, then we find the change was not even necessary. And the problem with professionals in Kenya, which I would like to say, we have been using the situation, the prevailing situation, to change the document, to change professional regulations. And we don't even put there a star to show that when the situation normalizes, we should revert. So we use a prevailing wrong situation to change our document, then we leave it hanging. When the situation normalizes, the document becomes bad. There are some changes we make because we want to manage corruption. Like particularly the engineering document was changed, some section, because they were addressing a corruption issue. Yeah, but I'm just talking much like that because I have some experience in the industry. Some you will forgive me. Definitely, people need to be mentored. People need to be mentored. And I talked about ignorance. There are some people, if they train under you properly, you make them enlightened, and they will never mess. But people who have not trained well are the ones, people who have not seen the light at the end of the tunnel professionally, they are the ones who mess. So even you can have a certificate or a diploma, but if you have associated with people who are excellent, they will show you so that you know the repercussions of your actions, so that you cannot easily. And by the way, if we can copy, lawyers are never afraid of carrying their big books. You'll find when a lawyer is being photographed, he has the big Bible, the legal document. Even us, there's no harm, you as an engineer, referring or consulting a colleague. So I'm just using this to talk a bit more. So
okay.
when you consult, no one will say you are a fool because you consulted. It's professionally good. I think I have finished.
Okay, thank you.
A quack is someone who plays a role in a duty he does not deserve.
We can't hear you. Your
Thank
mic
you.
is off.
Oh yeah. Sorry.
You are summarizing?
I think I've finished.
Okay, thank you.
I've finished. Quarries are cutting 5-inch stones instead of 6-inch. One speaker said an external wall should be 8 inches, but quarries are predetermining what the wall is supposed to be. So as I said, there are things which are happening. The policing, NCA should be more present to go and be felt more. Thank you.
Sante Engineer, we hear you. The issue of the quality of our quarry blocks, mentoring, definition of a quack, and most importantly, policing. I think that one, we've captured it well. The next submissions we'll get from Stanley, MD Narrow Quarter. Where are you seated, Stanley? And let's continue writing our comments and forwarding them to Secretariat.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Unfortunately, I arrived a little bit late. In fact, I have just arrived like 10 minutes ago. I've just been seated here to go through the documents in soft copy. I've just got from a friend here, my neighbor here. So I'll not be able to have resourceful contributions now, or probably until I hear from the earlier participants who had arrived a little bit earlier.
Thank you even for coming, and we'll wait for your comments as you go through the document. The next submissions we'll get from Evans Otieno, a physical planner, Nakuru County. Evans, extreme back.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ivan Sotieno, physical planner, Nakuru County. As to the technicalities, I might not have much to say, but I think it is a step in the right direction, because every law needs to have supporting regulations, and in terms of buildings and approvals, because we are the leading say technicians, or we have the mandate to carry out those approvals. I think a law like this is, say, the light that is coming at the end of the tunnel. So with the consultations and input of various professionals, I think we'll get there. Thank you.
Thank you for those submissions. Robert Kiprono, Nakuru Municipal Board. Robert Kiprono. Okay. Robert? Oh, yeah. The back. Okay.
Thank you very much for this chance. I want to appreciate the team for the good work that they have done in coming up with these laws and regulations that are meant to streamline the professional or rather the profession in the building industry. From the planning perspective, because I'm a planner, it is going to add value to planning as a profession because we are having a system whereby that kind of professional interaction is going to be enhanced to ensure that our built environment is safe and livable. Others, I want to say that I may present my comments later through a write-up after going through the detailed presentations as far as the draft building code regulations are concerned. But this is a step in the right direction, and from the planning fraternity, I'm very sure we are going to progress as far as the build-up environment is concerned. Thank you very much.
Asante sana for those submissions, and we'll await your comments, your written submissions as you've indicated. John Dumas Gashara. He's right in front here. He was the first one to come this morning. We found him here in the morning. I don't know what time he came. So again, thank you for taking time and being patient from morning till now.
Good afternoon, participants. My name's John Dumas Gachara. I'm an architect of New Build Limited. My subject here is very new to you, but it's very beneficial to the National Code of Building Practice that is before us, because briefly I will tell you that because I have a subject spanning to close to 30 years in building, and because I don't want to waste your time, and I know time is limited, I'll very briefly touch on the most important areas so that you can comprehend. And I first of all congratulate Professor and the team of experts that they have done a commendable job to produce this kind of a draft, which is very professional. I downloaded it and printed it, and I have been going through it to see where I come in. And I will tell you, my subject that makes me stand here is an invention that I made on affordable construction technology far back in 1993. And I pursued it to come to patent it internationally in the year 2002. And in the year 2007, on 1st of July, it was debated in Parliament of Kenya. This technology is for single-level buildings. We have most of our population live in rural areas, and those others, they live in slums in the cities. So I was motivated to come up with a technology that would fit both their minds and their practices, where they don't have to use concrete. We have done several buildings in Kenya. And as I speak, the Executive Director of National Construction Authority came last week to see my works, and I took him around because this is the way to go to save the squalid living conditions that are there in the rural settlements. This technology is so simple, and it's a DIY, it's a do-it-yourself, because you don't have to have very sophisticated equipment like poke vibrators. You don't have experts to do your steel work, and therefore it is saving very huge amount of money. And when you dig a trench in the normal standards and in the normal instructions of the engineers, you don't have to use concrete in it. you use building stones in a specialized manner of arrangement, and you save over 50% of the money. Then when you come to the floor slab, you also use the same building stones in a specialized pattern, and you save 69.19% according to the official empirical evaluation report produced by the Directorate of Housing far back in the year 2009. Mr. Professor, I'm very, very thankful about this document that we are coming to put into our systems of construction. But one area that I missed is about appropriate technologies. Although it is covered within the 24 chapters, you know, in a blanket kind of information, because it's not specific talking about appropriate technologies. And therefore, as I have come to like your draft building regulations of 22, or rather the National Building Code, I would wish if you could consider through the document that I have handed over to you, you go through it, because even the government is aspiring to see that the rural poor and the rural people who cannot afford the conventional technologies, they can come up with standardized patented technologies such that they will improve the living conditions within their building settlement. I don't have much to tell you because this is a long, long journey that we have come from 1993 to date. But I'm happy that most of the people who have used this technology have really gone ahead and told others. But now, we cannot put it to the public if it is not mainstreamed in the National Building Code. So I am humbled to plead with you to consider studying about this technology, and then you see whether it can be of any assistance to our people out there. I'll tell you that this technology was patented in Harare by African Regional Intellectual Property, who are the custodians of the intellectual, they are the authority to the patenting systems in Africa. And 11 countries who are designated to the Harare Protocol are waiting to see the results that would come from Kenya as a role model towards African construction of their houses. With this, I'll ask the contractors and the NCA that we shall be training when they permit us, and we have prepared all the documents that can go with this technology. And we have been with the NCA and the Directorate of Housing for a long time, and I believe we shall come up with our own technology in Kenya, whereby we can become the role model in Africa to show other countries how to build and construct our houses cheaply, affordably, with our local materials, and then we can have improved the lives towards a better Africa. With that, I thank you very much, and that is all what I can tell you at the moment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Architect, for your submissions and your patience for being with us 6 months.
Sorry. Maybe I would have mentioned that I have been in the building industry for close to 55 years, since 1966 when I was engaged by the government in the Ministry of Works. And we were sponsored and trained, and we were bonded for 4 years after our diplomas so that we could become better architects on the drawing board. And as the engineer was trying to advocate there, that we never leave any details in construction. And my area where I'm talking about these single level buildings, I don't think there is any building that has ever collapsed. And my technology has no building that has ever collapsed. And the first building was commissioned by the British High Commissioner with his senior engineering advisor, who commended this technology to be the African way to go. Thank you very much.
Asante. Hiyo miaka ni mingi sana. Some of us were not even in existence. Thank you for that. Now, I'll ask a contractor, and then moving forward, for the interest of time, we want to get as many comments as possible. Again, I urge you to share your comments, either online or to write them and give them to our secretariat. But when you have the mic, just be brief, be very brief, so that we can give as many people time as possible. Maybe a minute or so. Let's not take more than a minute. So, a contractor. Any contractor who would wish to make a comment? I saw there were quite a number of them seated at the back. A contractor, comment on the building code? Okay, as you gather your thoughts, I'll move next to any engineer in the house would like to make comments. Engineers, musiniangushe. Hakuna? Engineer Mushiri, si utuwakilishe.
Okay, good afternoon, guys. Okay, I'm glad that all of you could make time to be with us in this forum where we get to discuss on a few issues regarding the building code. As engineers, we know there are elements that we need to fine-tune so that we serve our clients with good products. And in good products, I mean the construction projects. So, thank you for, I know there's a few engineers who wamekuja hapa. So, thank you for gracing us, and thank you for attending this forum. Asante sana. I'm the regional coordinator, NCA, in charge of the Central Rift Regional Office. Most of you mmepata hiyo barua yangu signed by someone else, and thank you for attending this forum. Asante sana.
Asante for being brief. A QS in the house? Quantity surveyor? Our senior? I'm looking at you. Patia QS Litiku. Mike, tafadhali.
As I said, my name is Festus Mukunda Litiku. I'm a quantity surveyor, a fellow of a number of institutions, and including AK, the Institute of Quantity Surveyors of Kenya, the Institute of Construction Project Managers of Kenya, and I serve in the National Construction Appeals Board as a member of the board. As a board, we are there to receive appeals from contractors who may feel aggrieved by decisions of the National Construction Authority. So we come here to learn how NCA is processing its matters with contractors, so that whenever we meet contractors coming to us, we are fully in the picture of what they see or what they experience in the field. I was in Mombasa last week, or this week? Last week, yes. And I stood up to ask those who were from there to stand up. And I was amazed at the small number of attendees. Today, looking around, I'm totally satisfied, very happy by the level of interest shown by the attendance that I've seen. I think the people in the Rift Valley, NCA, you are doing a good job. Thank you very much.
Thank you, QS, for those submissions. County Director Nema. County Director Nema, are you in the house? Okay, maybe you have stepped out. Moses Kiptanui from Baringo County. Just in the middle. Raise up your hand. Okay, thank you.
All protocol observed. Good afternoon. My name is Moses Kiptui, not Kiptanui, County Director of Housing, Baringo, National Government. My CEC was here. I think he stepped out. On behalf of the County Directors of Housing, I want to congratulate the team that came up with this document. Myself, I'm a construction manager, and I think a building code that is done by ourselves will serve us better. When I joined JCOT a long time ago, like close to 20 years ago, the document looked very foreign. In fact, some of the terminologies were not very familiar. I'm sure with this document, we will be in a better position to serve our people as professionals and minimize errors, because sometimes things happen because we don't understand the documents we have. So let me say this is a very progressive document. I'm proud of it. When I look at the details contained therein, they are very progressive. And this is just the beginning. I'm sure with time we will also improve it. Thank you very much.
Asante sana, even for being brief and your submissions. Plana Keter, Kericho County. He's in front here.
Good afternoon. Probably maybe I'm a physical planner, Kericho County. Maybe our issue could be we could harmonize the building code with the Physical and Land Use Planning Act of 2019, so that when we are serving our clients, we avoid the issues of giving them different kind of instructions, either the contractors or the clients, wherever they are. Thank you.
Maybe repeat your comment.
The comment is this, that we have the Physical and Land Use Planning Act of 2019, that number 13 of 2019, that we came up with the regulations end of 2019, and the comments are circulating for, the regulations are circulating for comments. Maybe our issue as planners is that we could harmonize the regulations with the building code, so that when we are giving out or serving our clients, we get the same instructions on our side as planners and the architects and the other people in the building sector. Thank you.
Santi sana, Santi.
It's clear now.
Captured.
Okay, thank you.
Has been captured well, and our team may be able to maybe either respond or take it up forward as a value addition to the document. Any developer in the house? Wawekezaji? Any developer in the house? Okay, none. Regional Director Kera Narok, David Karembu. Kera Narok. Okay, maybe he stepped out. Now, I'll open the floor for maybe one or two comments from anyone who feels they have a submission to make. As I mentioned, you can always write or email to us your comments, but I'll open the floor up to get a few comments from the floor in whichever order. So you just raise up your hand. I'll pick 4, number 1, number 2, number 3, and 4. You may proceed, gentlemen. Just say your name, the institution you represent, and proceed with a very brief comment.
Good afternoon, everybody. Architect Thiongo. Having worked in government for 20 years, in private practice, another 18 years, 38 years. I'm happy and very impressed to see Professor. In fact, we're in the same hall. Professor, thanks. 38 years later, we are meeting here. Similarly, Housing Secretary, these are people you know. Now, mine will be very brief. I'm an old man now. I've been a Nakuru resident, schooling, working, and retirement. But I'm not retirement in architectural practice, I'm practicing in this town. Really, I felt very low seeing the industry going down and down and down. And I fought very hard also, even right up to the National Construction, AAK, Borax, to try to rectify some things. There's a lot of write-ups I've made. I appreciate so much the National Construction team, led by Engineer Mushiri in Nakuru. They have been very good in trying to do that. My comment, I say it's only one. However good the new building code, I have the old one. This one has served me for 18 years. It's even torn now. However good the new code will be, it can still fail us. How? The building industry is teamwork. Architects, engineers, quantities of landscape, everybody, developers. Yeah. There has been a weak link in terms of the cooperation between the players. Example, a colleague of mine in Nairobi calls and says, I'm Moi South Road, Naivasha, I'm seeing your project. I don't deny, I drive there. My name is there. I'm not alerted. I stay at Kemunyi here. Walking distance from my house, a planner called Dorcas calls me, hey, Leon, I'm seeing your project here. Oh, wait for me, I go there. There's a project I designed 18 years ago for a lady in Mombasa. It's a walking distance from my house. Nobody has ever told me, and my name is there. What, all these I'm giving. Another one, Jambini is not here, Nyandarua. Somebody wants to use me to get Mabati roofing. I drive there. The building is 4 stories. The ground first and second, they're occupied. In fact, they're roofing the 4th floor. In fact, one of the tenants is KCB. Why am I saying this? It's very dangerous for us. Because teamwork, if a project is going somewhere, and I'm saying this, I'm challenging the county governments, the NCA, congratulations. The inspectorate of the county government, and whereby I'm supposed to be a signatory to the certificate, to give occupation certificate. We are not called. So everybody is doing his or her work. My cry is this one, with a good building code, let the county government, NCA, developers, professionals work together. Thank you.
Asante sana, Architect Thiongo. That is well noted.
Okay, thank you. My name is Noah Ngena. On behalf of the County Government of Kericho, I want to make a small submission. And I work there in both the building control unit and of course the development control unit, of which Mr. Keteri is the team leader. And it is a very welcome move in the construction industry. It's long overdue actually, and I've also been looking at, I've been perusing documents in the websites and various documents that we get across for us to get even the regulations. We've been seeing the regulations 2017, and I'm very glad I'm one of the happiest people to grace this occasion, because I know it's a democratic and a deliberate process that applies improvements incrementally. So my areas of concern have been, when I looked at the document, for example, section 60, subsection 2, which talks about if anybody contravenes the section 1 above, they commit an offense. So the building code stops there. So my thinking was there could have been a prescription for the remedy of the same. If I have committed an offense, what happens? next? Are they liable for a fine, for example? Are these guys, is it a jail term? Is there any other law that may come into these, talk into these offenses and remedies, for example? So probably the lawyers in the house and other professionals can talk to that. Or probably we can do more research on the same. The next thing could be is there a way, NCA Act, now that the building code is a regulation, is there a way that the NCA Act could prescribe the process of updating the building code? So that I've had submissions from my seniors, architect, the two architects and the engineer, and I came to realize that there should be a process of updating the code regularly, probably 10 years, so that we ensure new technologies, materials, methods, as well as emerging approaches are considered. Okay, thank you for that.
Asante for those submissions. I think the committee will be able to respond to, I think there are about now 4 issues which have been raised, or any member of the board who can be able to do that. Architect Conroy?
Yeah, thank you so much, NCF, for inviting me in this forum. My name is Architect Boaz Kim, and I'm based here in Nakuru. First of all, I'd like to congratulate NCA and the team for the good work that you are doing concerning construction industry, and more so for the building code that you are coming up with. Of course, we've been using the 1968 document, and of course it has its own flaws, but it's very clear that since I've been practicing, some of those things in the code, we've been either not doing them, or we've been reacting to them positively. And then look at that code, there are some things that are of perhaps 1960s, 50s backwards. So I believe this new code is going to serve us well. So I only have 4 things. One, no matter how much we may have this good document, how to effect it is what matters a lot. We've been having 1968 document, but I doubt if we've been following it effectively. So perhaps the team should consider on how to pursue the document so that we do whatever it says to the latter. And this goes all the way to our approving statutory boards. Like, for example, due to these county things and issues and devolution, there are some counties which lack capacity. And it's very sad. I know there's a submission I did in one of the counties, and the one who was approving was a town administrator. So in fact, he was holding the plans upside down and was so happy that it's a good job. So I was wondering now, if we have such people here, are we going to make it in the industry? So to look at how we are going to effect. Number 2, just a point to note, in the previous codes and regulations, we've been having the lift issue and staircase issues. Right now we have buildings that are going beyond 5 floors, but you don't have lifts. We are seeing sometimes when you do structures here, especially apartments, there's also the issue of value for money. So if the client is to add an extra floor, 6th floor, he's required to have a lift. So ideally what it means, the lift is going to serve just 1 floor. So which doesn't make economic sense. So perhaps there you need to define very well on how we are going to go about it in future to save on the cost. The third thing that I saw is the change in DLP period, the defect liability period, the DLP. Currently we are at 6 months, of course, for projects, new projects, and we are at 3 months for renovations. Here we are talking about 2 to 5 years. That's 24 to 60 months. I know contractors are here, but they didn't say anything. I'm just wondering, such documents should serve best all the people involved in the industry. The professionals, of course the clients, and of course the builders themselves. So 2 to 5 years, I don't know anything because I haven't gone through the document in detail, but I'm just wondering the retention, if someone is to have his or her money retained, or their money retained, for a period of 2 to 5 years, whether they'll get the money and how the money will be, and there's economic terms and how things change. Perhaps you need to think further in that direction. And also to ask, within these 2 to 5 years, what exactly are you projecting to get in terms of defects? What exact thing between 2 to 5 years that you may take someone liable for it? I think it's very, very important because you have many defects. You have the pattern, you have the latent defects. So you need to define that area very well so that it's very clear. The last thing is now this code. Is it sustainable? Like someone said here. Or is it something that you are going to be happy about it now, but 50 years to come, we'll be mourning again like you are mourning about the 1968 document? Is it sustainable? If it is sustainable, how? But if it's not sustainable, what is the projected time frame for the code to serve? Because we can project things that are going to happen, like the new materials, the new technologies that are happening. So those are my submissions. Thank you so much.
Asante boss for those submissions. What a way to end the issue of sustainability, changing DLP, effectiveness of the document, among others. At this juncture, I'll ask probably the Secretariat to respond to some of the issues that have been raised. I know most of them have been value addition, with some submitting that they will forward their comments at a later date. So if the Secretariat, no, the committee can respond to some of the issues in whichever order, maybe Prof. Lawrence, Director Butcher, you may want to chip in 1 or 2 for the comments raised so far.
I'm impressed by your understanding of the document, and probably you don't ask questions for things that you know. You can only clarify. But I think that is very great, that even probably the way you presented, you are able actually to pick the issues. I think the issues that were raised, actually they are to add value to the document. So most of them were, to me, most of them were comments that can actually be thought through so that it adds value to the document. So I think just to mention 1 or 2 things, because you don't also want to take a lot of time on something we already have understood and accepted. It's just now to approve it. Is the issue of quack. I think that's one area that we really need to address seriously, especially the inspection team and enforcement team and compliance team at the local authority or at the county level. And why I'm saying this is that an engineer can be a quack pretending to be an architect. An architect can be a quack pretending to be an engineer. A quantity surveyor can be a quack pretending to be an architect. So as one of our colleagues said, a quack is really somebody who takes a responsibility that he doesn't have qualification, he doesn't have competence, he doesn't have the skills, and impersonates that he knows what he's saying, and normally what he's saying can mean certain things that are critical. So I think that's something that in law we really need to address seriously, because that's what is happening out there, and we really need to come to control it. And that indiscipline of people doing the right things on the site, I think is something that we really need to look at very, very seriously. Then the other thing that also I can mention is to do with my colleague who is an innovator. I think what we can say about that is alternative building technology and materials is an area that is in a lot of exploration. And why it is because we have depleted our forest, we have mined our quarries, and we are leaving gaping holes which are actually becoming dams, and the children are going and be trapped there as they try to swim. So I think the issue of deficit in conventional material is there. There are certain tibers in 1990s you could easily buy in a hardware shop. Today they are not there. We have to import those type of tiber. So it means we have to engage ourselves in recycling the waste, in thinking of new ways of how coming up with new materials. And it's very interesting that one of our colleagues has really got into that and is trying to do some effort in that area. And what we probably should advise is the training and education and the practice should be more adaptive to new changes in material. When new material comes up, let's be accommodative, because what is happening is that materials which have not been tried has very little takeoff, and people seems to fear that probably it will collapse on me, or probably it has this problem of certain requirements like acoustics, like fire, and so on. So I think, and also the material testing laboratories should really help us to prove the perception that the new materials are not as good as the conventional ones. So I think this is an area that we really need to help the innovators. And I know during showgrounds, there is a lot that is happening. Then the other thing that was mentioned, and this one is to do with PRUPA, Physical and Land Use Planning Act. The planners, what the planners did, I don't know whether it's fortunate or unfortunate, is that before we could enact this law, they came and took a lot of material and put it in their planning act. As I said in the beginning, immediately you enact a law first, the rest has to follow. So the building code we are discussing, and this has to be heard by everybody, it does not have enforcement mechanism in that document. The enforcement mechanism is in another law, which is now PRUPA, the Physical and Land Use Planning. And I think the planners are aware of that. What that will do is that the minister of where this document is domiciled cannot control it, because already it's being controlled by a minister in physical and land use, in the land use. So that to me is a dimension that we really need to think around. How will we implement this law? Because NCA might not have the capacity in terms of enforcement in their law to actually enact, because already it has been enacted in another law outside the law of NCA. So I think that's something that, as my colleague is saying, we have really to look at how will you harmonize the two laws in terms of operation, because they're in two ministries. The administration of building code is in PRUPA, and we are told to remove all those things by Attorney General's office, and I think they are here. They can actually attest to that. Mr. Cedron actually will come and say something about that. So that is a dilemma actually we are in. How shall we enforce this law? The other thing that I can finish up saying is what somebody has already put it very clearly, that some professionals or some people out there are impersonating in the way they are presenting themselves in signboards at different sites, construction sites. I've also been told the same, that my name is in a project, and I've not built, I've not designed, I'm not a supervisor in that project, and I've not drawn it. So what it means is that when you submit documents to the local authority, because our names appear in all local authorities as registered architects or engineers, what quacks are doing in cohort with certain administrators or certain people in these departments of control, they're actually picking our certificates which we submit and actually showing as an attachment to a drawing that they feel they can create impersonation through. So I think that's very unfortunate, and that's why one of my colleagues who you are in school with the same time, you are in the same cohort, is saying that we have to work as a team. We have to be honest. We have to be loyal to our profession. If we don't do that, the problems that are out there, we will not solve them sooner. Then finally, I think the other issue that I picked is to do with the issues the issues of offense. It's good that one of you noted that clause, that we have created an offense, but there are no penalties, and that is unfortunate. We have said that this is an offense, but we are not creating fines and penalties. And our legal learned friend is here, one of the directors, will actually tell you, in the regulations, you cannot put fines. You put them in law. They are normally in law. So, I think the history of this industry in terms of developing laws is unfortunate. We had a built environment bill which we are to anchor this law. Mysteriously, it was plagiarized, it was mutilated, and at the end of the day, it was cancelled out. So now we have only a regulation that is not domiciled in a very strong act. So it is only if PRUPA or NCA can come up with enforcement mechanism in their actual respective act, that now the offenses you are mentioning can actually be now enforceable. Otherwise, currently, it is not easy, as we are saying. So I think that was something that I needed to say. And then finally, somebody talked about the heights of the building vis-a-vis the economic aspect about it. And I think that one, we have said that the maximum number of stories now is 6 without a lift. That's what our act says. If you check, I think part 16 or 17, we have said that. And I think that's something that we can continue debating on what is the economic time that you could have a lift in a building so that your investment can have return. I think the issue of the defect liability period, you all know the story of how it came to be. Yeah, I think it's a recent document, it's a recent insertion, but you know that why it is appearing is because already there exists a law. That's the problem. When there exists a law, you have no choice but to enforce it if you are doing another document. You cannot cross out that law because in that law it's very clear that it has to be implemented that way. So if you have a law that relates so closely with that, then you have to change it to be compatible with the other existing laws. So the existing law now is those laws, I don't know, you call them subsidiary, where they are approved many laws at a go. So some laws came out last year what I don't know, the lawyers know them, but then one of the clauses in those laws, yeah, group laws of different ministries and so on, had said that the defect liability period henceforth should be between 2 years and 6 years. They had not consulted fully the consultants or the stakeholders in the construction industry. There is now an appeal through the minister by the consultants, and I don't know the direction it will take, but we have that challenge that a law was created, and this law that we are creating now must be compatible with that existing law. Okay? And they never consulted us when they were doing it, and that's why we are in this dilemma. Otherwise, colleagues, I think this good participation. I think the issue about sustainability and defect, I think somebody else might cover it more. I think my colleague is so keen on the issues of sustainability, she might cover it more. Otherwise, thanks a lot. And actually, we are raising issues that can be quite nagging as we move forward in this development of the law. Thank you.
Asante, Prof, for those comments. I think tumeridhika na hayo. There are some additional comments that I can see. Kios Bucha, baba yao anataka kutueleza kitu.
Thank you. It's okay. Prof is my colleague. Now, I think there was an issue of really the analysis of scenario. You realize, if you look at the NBI's audit study, up to 1980s, there were no really building failures. If you look at statistics, when they did statistics the other day in 2019, they realized about 4,000 houses. For those who know Nairobi very well, in Southlands, I mean in Eastlands, all of them were faulty. They're not habitable, most of those houses. In Kariobangi and the rest, you realize they don't fit what we call in the building code now. Now, what brought this scenario then? There was a lot of study that was done. One, in 1980, we never used to do high-rise buildings. The buildings, said, were single stories. Now, the issue of urbanization in Kenya is a high rate. The issue of demand for housing, the issue of demand for commercial houses, the issue of demand of industrial houses is the one which has led to this. And what has people done? They have taken advantage to build these houses very quickly so that now they can be able to serve the demand that exists because of population increase. I know, even the other day, we went to Nyeri, Kimathi University. And not only that alone, the demand for hostels themselves has caused a high rate build-up of these houses. In fact, when we went to Kimathi the other day, there is an hostel. There is somebody who had built. It has reached a 4th floor. He was building very fast so that students can be able to get accommodated. And it actually failed and collapsed. So the issue of really why is it happening is because of the demand, then because of also the grid under which we are building to catch the market, as it were. If you go around Nakuru, for instance, now, you realize there are too many buildings that are coming up. If you go to Nairobi along the road, because of urbanization issue and the issue of devolution, you realize there is a lot of construction that is going on. Now, one would ask, then in terms of inspection, which I think our engineer brought it out, are the county government or institutions empowered to do the inspection able to do it? One thing I'll tell you, I think somebody said that when they took a drawing to be signed by a county, they did it ups and down. That is exactly what there is. We have done a research. We've checked what county government have. County government themselves do not have the capacity to implement the supervisory role that is within even the Constitution under Schedule 4. Likewise, even I may say probably, even NCA, does it have the capacity? Let's look at ourselves too. Both human capacity, which is personnel, the equipments to check, okay? To check what is happening in those things. So the issue of personnel is really one of the issues that we are trying to address. Then the issue is this: how many professionals are actually registered in the professional bodies? And how do you use them? Because we do not have to employ them. It's how do you contract some of these works to professional bodies? So the issue of inspection, as one said, it's really a problem. And I think as we do this building code, is really how do we capacitate the people who are professional to implement some of these things for inspection purposes and to check. The issue of quack, when we were doing this particular law, I think Prof has brought issue. There are two. One, there is a soft law, the law itself, and the soft. What we are looking at today is a soft law. The law which was built environment bill and all penalties and sanctions of the defaulters. It was very, very clear in terms of the things, but as he said then, we have to get where do we place it. The Act of NCA, I think, is being amended to take some of these things also we are talking about. Because that's the only way the NC can be also accountable for the things that they are put in, and for them to be also responsible to implement the law that they have created. I think the issue of fundis, it is true. We are using foodies so much. You go some places, when we went for the other day in Nyeri, or for instance, we asked, who has built this one? The developer was calling that person an architect. He said, there is an architect. When we went to ask, when we called him and interviewed him, we realized actually he's not even an architect. But people in the village call him an architect. And everybody calls him an architect. And he's given that responsibility to act as an architect. And an architect also becomes a contractor. That is what is happening in towns, in rural areas. The issue is how do we reinforce, how do we capacitate our professional bodies also to be able to check what is done? How often do we check those signboards? Who is in charge? And one of the things probably we also think about, how do we link KRA in terms of checking the people who are on the board and the law they're paying? Because once you link with KRA will be able to follow people. If I write, this is the architect of this project, this is the engineer of this project, KRA will follow you. Probably those are the only things that we can be able to put in place so that institutions of the government in totality can be seen to be working together. And I think that's the only way we may have to really go. Now, also professional bodies, they have a responsibility to create ethical measures within their professions. Because I think once we have a profession that is ethically, so then we will have no problem whatsoever. So when we are creating this law, we are saying National Construction Authority will perform this particular duty. And that's why we're talking about the law. Will perform this duty. It is the duty of professional bodies too to be able to sanction their professionals who do malpractices and be able to reckon those who are practicing as professionals and they are not registered in their professional bodies. So I think the industry must be looked as one, and how it's coordinated in terms of the players in the industry. I think we had a planning issue, and let me remind Prof, if you remember, in 2009, if you look at the document that we had, it was planning and building regulations. Now, what happened? The planners brought so many issues because we were saying, how do you build a building without looking at the planning aspect of the area? Do you localize the planning aspect of it? And therefore, we brought the planners in because you said, do not build without first planning of where it will be. After all, the building does not exist in its single. It exists within an environment that must be planned. And therefore, I think the planners, that's why they ran and put some things out of the building bill and put in their planning act. I'm not saying it's wrong, it's okay. So long as what is more important is how we manage the industry that we stay in. Kashara, I know your case very well, the technology you're talking about. We have also been going to, did we ever go to court? Yes. Yeah, it is true. I know it's technology. What are you saying? What we are saying, probably in the building code, what we said is that the code recognizes performance orientation. If you have a technology that has performance criteria of functionality, if it's a wall, if it's foundation, then the building code appreciates that. What we have also gone ahead and done is that in housing, State Department of Housing, we are working closely with National Construction Authority to actually be able to recognize the technologies that Kenyans are coming with, or even technology that are coming from out, so that they can be used for construction. In terms of building code then, it is definition of that performance of that technology of yours to perform various functionality as required by the law. So it cannot really be able to be put in the code itself, but your material must be able to perform. That is what is expected in the code itself. And that's what we are doing also, including EPC, expanded polyester technology, you know it, WAFO technology, ABTA, you talked about soil technology, okay? So that's exactly what we are doing. So we have made sure that it is there. If you look at the building code of 1968, what was done in 1980, there is what we called adaptive, there is something they call it, yeah? Adaptive bylaws. There was adaptive bylaws. Those adaptive bylaws was to adapt the soil technology, what we call stabilized soil technology, so that counties or local government can be able to accept that particular technology. So in terms of its incorporation, it is there. it is and accepted by the code. So I think that that's very clear. Now, true, we need to harmonize all this law. First of all, who does the law? Is the government. We have to look at as one government approach. How does government make it in such a way, if there is a physical planning law, there is another law somewhere, there is another law somewhere, and that's why the AG's office, at the end of the day, looks at it and sees there is no conflict among the laws. So I think, as the engineer was saying, is that the physical planning law and this law, what we are creating now, must be looked and harmonized. And other laws, let me tell you, construction industry has got 103 laws. Prof? 103. Every industry, every state department has a niche in the construction industry. Who doesn't want to be in the construction industry anyway? Water is there, sanitation is there, electricity, Kenya Power is there. Everybody has a small law that touches on the industry. And what we are saying is, how do we harmonize those particular law so that at least there is one accountable, responsible person that you can be responsible to? One thing, Prof, I would want to comment on this also. Probably as you look at this law, I've not looked at it for some time. Let's look at how do we deal with the hazardous material. Hazardous material, I'm looking at the material like asbestos. How do you deal within the construction industry? And we know the hazardous material, we know really what asbestos causes, the cancer it causes. We must really be able to define some of the use in the construction of hazardous material. The other is dangerous buildings. How do you deal also with the dangerous buildings? If you go to Isili today, so or even, I think I've seen it also in Buruburu. Somebody has a house and he has opened a petrol station. A house and a petrol station. So he's inside the house, but he's selling petrol station and paraffin outside. I think we have seen this one. Now, if there is a fire, that whole area catches it. And there are so many dangerous buildings which are used for dangerous activities. And therefore, there should be some control of some of this one. Then, I know this may not be a proof in terms of how you do it. Why is a transitional clause? Transitional clause means that if we have said then the building will be 7 floors to put a lift, and me, who is in Githurai, I have a house which is 10 floors but doesn't have a lift. What time am I given to be able to amend to be able to fit what is law? So I think we need to see where transitional clauses could be to be able to allow those who don't fit within the building code to be given time to get within it. So I think those are some of the things that probably have. The issue of sustainability, you realize really this building code is a live document. In terms of, it's a live document. Live in the sense that in terms of definition is the best practices, and I think Prof talked about this. When Dr. Mutiso did this one, they actually did a lot of going around to get the best practices. And also, they did a lot of studies. So it's really something that is like when we talk about performance in clients. So you see, it's a live document. And then I think in the document itself, if you look at it, in terms of review of the document, we had said every 5 years, there could be some kind of a review. You can imagine the dynamism within the construction industry. If you look at like Upper Hill today, it's not the Upper Hill which was there 10 years. The technology people have come up with to build these houses. So within another 5 years, we'll see a very dynamic construction, and therefore there is need to accept the technologies and materials people are using to build those particular buildings. So I think it is clear, it is actually in 5 years, and therefore I think, as we're saying, is a live document, and therefore sustains the whole process. So I think probably in terms of really some of the things that have been raised, there are quite a lot of things. We don't have time really to tell you. I wish we had a whole day to discuss some of these things. It came from far, as I told you, and we've really been able to move forward. Many things have happened. Some chapters have been removed, others are not. But But I think the best thing to do is the contribution you have made today so that they can be incorporated. This is your industry, as I said. You must manage at your time. Dongo told me that he has been working for the last 50 years. 50 years he's been working with the 1968 code. It is high time that he supports this particular code so that at least as he exits the professional industry, he leaves a building code in place. I think my friend engineer also, the same. I think the best thing is let's have this code so that within your time, you can say at least there was a code that I left in place. And also the technology that you are creating is accepted by the technology. That would be the best thing you can do. I think Prof, the other time Prof has dealt with it. If you look at Mutiso has been with it since 1986. The other day he was asking me he will die before he sees this one implemented. So I think the best thing to do, and there is nothing which can be perfect. Let me say this. There is nothing which can be perfect. Our Constitution of 2010, today we are changing it through BBI. So we cannot sit here and say, let's have a very perfect document, but at least let's have that document that is almost 99%. The other things we can do as we move on, because also the industry is dynamic and it will continue changing as we move on. Thanks a lot.
Asante sana, QS Butcher. That was wonderful. The only thing I can add there is a full stop. I can't comment on those very, very valuable responses and an insight into where we are. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are coming to the tail end of our program today. Na swali ni tuendelee ama tusiendelee? Tuendelee. It's 1:30. We are programmed to finish at 1. Maybe we can get 1 or 2 submissions from the members, from the stakeholders. But before that, Florence, any comment you have? Additional comment? Thank you. Sheldon? Sheldon is a committee member. No comment. I think because Butcher, our director here, has very, very well summarized all those sentiments that they should have, or they would have liked to bring to us. One round of maybe submissions. I'll take the last 3. There's that gentleman there. Where are the ladies in the house? I've not had a submission yet from a lady. I'll give the last 2 to 2 ladies. The ladies in the house, 2 ladies. Okay, as you pick amongst yourselves who is going to make the submissions, I'll ask on Mr. Ondeni Nema Bomet, representing the county commissioner, maybe to make his submissions. Then we go to that gentleman, and then we'll close with the lady. Then we move to the next phase of the program today. So, Mr. Ondeni? Mr. Ondeni? If he's not in, maybe you can take it to the gentleman. Just raise your hand so that you can be visible, yes. Then the ladies, don't turn away from me. Nataka kuchagua mmoja wenu.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sorry. My name is Samuel Kamunyandumia, professional engineer technologist. Actually, I've been in this hall for a quite while, but the engineers, the architect, the QS, have not had anyone recognize the engineering technologist. So my wish is that I've looked at the document. When you get at page 47, there is a clause there that you talk about relevant professionals. That part is left. That you're talking about the engineer, an architect. You have left off the engineering technologist, who is also a professional in the field, maybe civil, mechanical, or something like that. So I wish to ask the relevant team to incorporate that clause as it is, so that we can also recognize the Engineering Technology Bill 2016, as it is recognized with the building surveyors, which came later after the 2018. You can see now building surveyors has been incorporated, but the Engineering Technology Bill 2016 has been left out. Thank you.
Asante sana for those submissions. I think we've noted that. Engineer Fuller, your comments are well noted. We've picked them and we will share them with the Secretariat.
Maybe just 1 minute.
Not more than a minute, yes. Please.
Because this is a public participation, and it's for the benefit of the members present. Usually, it's give and take. And the issue I wrote the comment on, we are all saying the retention period is 2 years. Even someone mentioned 6 years. I wanted to shed light on it and show how it came up. Actually, there was a political push. It used to be 1 year. Traditionally, 1 year, 1 year, 1 year. But a political push came in and made it 2 years. Why? Why did it come in? We share in the blame, and that's why I want members to hear. We started having projects which were failing, rampant failures of projects. You open a project within 2-3 months, within 1 year, because a 1 billion shilling project should not fail in 2 years. So projects were failing rampantly. So the administrators had to come in and say, what is this? So the 2 years that came in was an administrative decision because the government was feeling the pinch. Because of us, professionals, we failed in administering projects properly in the field. The inspectors were not doing their work properly. The engineers were not doing their work properly. The architects. So we were committing omissions. We were actually going on the same side with the contractors. So projects started failing rampantly. So the administrators had to come in and it was a desperate decision. So we can take the ball back if we can negotiate and say we want to start performing properly. Contractors go paying laboratory technicians to have their results good. So we share in it. You are complaining, your contractors, you are complaining 2 years is long. But it's you pay technologists. So we have to make a decision. After we have put our house in order here, then we can put a resolution. Then we send somebody to go to the administration and say we want to, they have cried and they have said they will now start performing. That's how I wanted to balance it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Asante. Gitau, the Bunja manager, chairperson Nakuru Municipality. Wana Gitau, you're not in the house. So I think anyone with a burning issue, the last issue going once. Oh, okay. Thank you, Director, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Probably I'll stand on behalf of the ladies you asked to make a comment. In the course of the week, before I came to this public participation meeting, one of the users, a woman, came to me and she had a concern. And her concern was why in regulations, why in the building regulations there is no provision for children's washroom facilities in public buildings. This was a very big concern for her because she had traveled to the Eastern countries, I think it was in Korea, and she had seen a model that was working very well. And probably this is a question I can present to the Building Code Committee and see how we can put this into the document. Thank you very much.
Asante, asante kwa kuwakilisha and those comments. I think they are well noted by our team. Now, as we wind up, maybe I would give the floor to Carol, the Secretariat, to give us a way forward. From here, what are the next steps? It's also important for you to know where we move from here, moving forward, until we finalize with this process of this draft National Building Code 2020. So, Carol, kindly.
Good afternoon, everyone. For purposes of introductions, my name is Karo Korir. I'm the legal officer, National Construction Authority. Also in the secretariat of the committee for the draft review for the building code regulations. Thank you, Session Chair. The County Commissioner, represented here for Nakuru. The County Commissioner also for Narok. The board presented here, the committee, the secretariat, and our stakeholders. I'm here to present the roadmap for the building code regulations. So the next stakeholder engagement will be held in Nairobi on the 2nd March 2021 at Nairobi at Bomas Hotel. You are invited to attend. There will also be a stakeholder forum for the Council of Governors on 10th March 2021 in Naivasha. There will also be a professional forum on 12th March 2021 in Nairobi for the same. There will also be a validation workshop on 30th March 2021 in Nairobi. We are also undertaking, for the professionals, these are IEK, IQSK, ISK, KIP, Borax, EBK, BRBS, IT, that's on the 12th March 2021. Then there will be a validation workshop on 30th March 2021 in Nairobi. We are also undertaking a regulatory impact assessment. It's already ongoing, which is in tandem with the stakeholders engagement, and it will be ready for validation on the 30th March 2021. After the validation of the building code, the comments and contributions from this review will be presented to the Attorney General for final review and forwarding to Parliament. Thank you so much. For any comments, like we've written on our board, you can send your comments to the building code at NCA, info@NCA, and also to access the regulations, for you to comment, you'll get at www.nca.go.ke. For anyone who wants to get the presentation that we presented today, you can see me after the session. I'll give you my email, and then I'll send to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. Tumeelewa sasa, moving forward where we are going. Hapo nyuma tumeelewa? Tuko sawa? So you can still submit your comments to, as is mentioned, tell a friend to tell a friend. It's still open. And we would really value your comments to this very important documentation. Our host, County Commissioner, Nakuru County, Vice Chair of the Board, directors, colleagues, our very valued stakeholders who have been very keen. I've been watching from where I am, the vantage point, noting that you've been writing your comments and being very keen on the goings on from the time we started. It has been a pleasure to host you, to chair this session from morning. At this juncture, as we close, I invite the General Manager, Registration and Compliance, QS Susan Ruto, to go with the closing ceremony. But as he walks, I would wish that we clap for ourselves. Ile random, ile ya kupiga tu makofi, tujipigie makofi sote. Asanteni for being attentive. QS Susan Ruto, welcome.
Let's appreciate Engineer Karani. Thank you so much for the good, well done job. I want to thank everyone for this session. It has been a long session. I just want to appreciate all of you. You've sacrificed your valuable time to be here from morning up to now. And I want to say a big thank you to all of us. And thank you for the comments that you've given us. It is going to be included in our document, and it is going to improve on our documents also for our construction industry. At this point, I will not have much to say, but I want to invite one of our board members who is going to make a closing remarks, and that is Advocate Elizabeth Foy. Thank you. Let's appreciate her as she comes.
Good afternoon. The County Commissioner, Nakuru County, the County Commissioner, Narok, the Board of NCA, committee members led by Professor Rukwaro, management NCA, and our very valued stakeholders. Thank you so much for your time. Your time is valued. Thank you for your patience. We've had such a great engagement session. And I would want to urge us all going forward to take more time to interrogate the document and ensure that we send our comments via email to the email addresses provided on the screen so that we can enrich this document. I think from all the presenters that have spoken this morning, you will all agree with me that if we all try and abide with the building code and the laws that are there, we are going to have a very organized built environment. We are going to have a healthy and safe and ultimately a more improved quality of life. When we have safe buildings, the quality of life will definitely improve. Do you all agree with me? So I will conclude with a quote from George Bernard Shaw that states, "Progress is impossible without change, and those who cannot change their minds cannot change anything." So my parting shot is that let us embrace this change. It's for our own benefit. It's for the benefit of our societies, because when these collapses happen, they affect us one way or another. It could be us as professionals, maybe the architect involved, the quantity surveyor, the engineer, or the advocate. It could involve you, it could affect you. Maybe it could be your neighbor, a friend, a relative. So let's take this issue seriously so that we can improve the built environment. Karibuni sana for lunch. Please don't leave before you have lunch. Yeah, I think that is all. Asanteni sana sana.
Once again, let's appreciate our director. And at this point, we've been invited for lunch, so I will request all of us, we rise up, and then we'll make a prayer, and then we'll go for our lunch, the same venue where we had our tea. Let's please rise up. Okay, let's pray. Our Heavenly Father, in the name of Jesus, we come before your throne of mercies this afternoon. We want to thank you because you've been with us throughout the day. Thank you, my Father, for the deliberation that we've had the whole of this day, the whole engagement, my Father, the discussion, the comments that has come through. We want to thank you because you've led us, you've guided us, oh God. We want to thank you for our board members who have been here with us. Thank you for the Building Code Committee. Thank you for our invited guests. Thank you for NCA team and everyone, Jehovah God. You've been following us even in our social media, my dear everlasting Father. Thank you for all the comments that have come in. We want to pray, my Father, that is going to enrich our documents for the betterment and for the good of the construction industry, for the general public, and for the whole as a nation. Even as we leave each other, as we go for lunch, we want to pray that you will bless our lunch. And as we depart to our various destinations, we want to pray for the journey mercies. You will lead all of us, and we will meet again, for you are going to be with us, and you are going to dismiss us with your peace that surpasses human understanding. For we pray this, believing and trusting in your holy name. Amen. Okay, as we walk out, we'll pick our meal card as we go downstairs.